Hi guys, Veggie Gamer back. This is Veggie from the future, as you can tell, because my hot chocolate is gone. Gotta admit something right out the back, guys. There is quite an important detail which I misunderstood when I was reading the book myself, regarding what the prank was. I thought the prank was actually regarding the Whomping Willow. In the book club, you guys point out it was actually something regarding something a heck of a lot worse, which I was not aware of. So when I'm going through my notes and everything, and I'm talking about the prank that Sirius was doing to Snape, I do get the wrong end of the stick, and I keep on talking about the fact that the Whomping Willow could have actually killed Snape. That isn't actually what happened. I do apologise about that. I also incorrectly have a go at Hermione for like around 5 minutes, because I think that she says something that actually Harry says. But luckily, I very soon realised that's the case. And so, there's a couple of mistakes I make, but I realised them all by the end of the video. But I thought I'd just part of this little explanation at the start. Okay, enjoy the video. Hi guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to Harry Potter, the Prisoner of Azkaban, VEGGIEKNIGHTS. Very, very excited. My goodness, these two chapters today, my goodness. Okay, we got a couple of good ones, guys. And it's so crazy. I think that when we compare like the book to the movie, like time-wise and everything, we got two chapters here, guys, which, you know, the audiobook is essentially around an hour. I swear, in the movie, it's less than a minute. The stuff that's covered here, guys. And so, which is brilliant as well. I still love the scene in the movie, guys. I really do. There is one thing which annoys me a little bit about it now, which we'll be getting into. And you know how much I love movie looping, guys. If you told me that movie looping was hard done by in this scene, guys, I would have never believed you. But my goodness, he is a boss in this scene. He really is in the books. But we're getting to it. We're getting to it. Also, there was one point that whilst listening to the audiobook and making me silly little notes and everything, I got to a point where something was revealed, and I was so shook I had to go immediately to Twitter to say, how was this not mentioned in the movie? It's like really big information, guys. And so, something which I absolutely had no idea about, even now, having watched the Harry Potter movies a year ago. And done these book reviews and like watched, you know, the musicals and, you know, all the other fan stuff and everything. Something which I genuinely just did not expect at all in the story. And it explains so much, but we will get to it, guys. And I will be very interested. So you guys who read the books before seeing the movie, if you assumed I already knew this, because I swear, guys, I did not know. I did not know. We'll get to it, guys. We will get to it in the notes. And so yes, we got chapter 18, Moody, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, and chapter 19, The Servant of Voldemort. Epic chapters, guys. Absolutely top tier chapters, quite frankly. Lots to discuss. I know there's going to be another Snape decision, guys, and I feel like I've got my thoughts in order, but I'm always interested to see your thoughts. As long as you're respectful, guys. As long as like, you know, in the comments it doesn't like become an argument and everything. That is the most important thing. If there was only one answer to all these questions, there'd be literally no point in me making these videos, you know, and so that's why I love having these debates. And so I'll be very interested to hear your thoughts on my thoughts after the video, which is over there apparently. Don't know me, right, guys. If you're new here, hi. If you're new here, this is a strange video for you to start watching, but hi, hello, I'm Veggie. I do these Harry Potter book reviews. This is the first time we go through the Harry Potter books. We went through the movies last year, which was an absolute treat. And now we're going through the books, which is an absolute treat as well. And I cover a couple of chapters, and I give all my thoughts on it, and my opinions and everything. And then you can leave your comments on it, and have a great discussion about it all. And you can also be a part of the Harry Potter book club, which is something that happens in the second half of these videos. I used to say it happens at the end of the videos, guys. No, it happens in the second half because the book club is gone so big now, which is fantastic. I can't even put into words how happy I am that the book club is this size, guys. And so, after I give my thoughts on these chapters, we'll head over to the Harry Potter book club, which is something that's over on the Patreon, where people have left their thoughts on it, their questions about it, anything else relevant to those chapters that they may want to ask or air. And yeah, I go through them at the end, read through them, and I'll give my thoughts on each and every single one of the on one of the comments. As it's on the Patreon, guys, you can pay as little as you want on my Patreon. I don't want any tier system. I want anyone who's willing to pay anything at all. I want you guys to be able to have everything. And so, if you pay as little as you want, you can get access to everything that's on the Patreon, including the Harry Potter Book Club blogs. This is what it basically looks like, and then you put your comments underneath it. And so yeah, that is how you can be a part of these videos. If you can't afford it, guys, don't worry. You can still leave a comment under the video on YouTube, and I will still have read it. I read all the comments. I can't always reply, but I do always read the comments. And so yeah, don't worry if you can't afford Patreon, guys. It's just for those who wish to, if they can, of course. And as there's no tier system, you also get access to all the Buffy stuff that's on there. We're in series 3 now. I'm absolutely loving Buffy Vampire Slayer. It's so good. And hopefully some other stuff soon. Yeah, we need to be starting some other stuff. But either way, guys, yeah, check out the Patreon if you so wish. Another advantage of being on the Patreon, guys, is that you actually get 2 of these videos ahead. And so if on YouTube you ever get to the end of the line where we're basically up to, you can go and check out the Patreon, and there will be 2 more videos on the Patreon for you to check out. And those videos tend to be like around 5 hours long. And so 10 hours, roughly, of extra stuff if you pay as little as you want, and you can get access to that. But don't worry, though, guys. I know that a lot of you don't have that as an option. They will be coming to YouTube for free when they can. Essentially, when I post a new one on the Patreon, you get a new one on YouTube, if you know what I mean. But it's a couple of episodes back. Enough waffle. So guys, yes, let's get into this, because it's going to be another chunky one. Despite the fact that one of these audio chapters is like 15 minutes long, the discussion's not going to be 15 minutes long. We have a lot to discuss, and it is the mind-boggling thing that happens in chapter 18, which had me literally stopping and going to Twitter and saying, how is this not in the movie? And so let's get to it. First of all, thank you very much to Jonas for these wonderful side panels. I will be changing appropriate to the chapter in just a moment. And also thank you so much to Raider Max for doing the descriptions that I do at the start of the chapters. I basically read out his description of the chapter, and then I give my thoughts. And so let's get over to that right now. This is about to change to Jonas's side panel. I'm about to read out Max's description of Chapter 18 of Prisoner of Azkaban, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Can you do that? A lot of people can't roll their R's. Can you do that as well? Apparently a lot of people can't do that. Let's get to Chapter 18, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. The trio believe Lupin and Black to be insane. Black lunges at Scabbers. Lupin tells Black that they cannot just kill Scabbers. I must explain everything to Harry, Ron, and Hermione first. Cross-examinations happen as Lupin begins to tell his backstory and the story of the Marauders. He explains the tree and how the other 3 became animagus. Sorry. We'll get to it. And the Shrieking Shack not being haunted. Finally, he tells them why Snape has not trusted him all year, to which the wet blanket himself, Max's words, not mine, the wet blanket himself turns up to spoil the party. Thank you so much for your description, Max, and thank you so much for the wonderful side panel. Jonas. I need to call Jonas Moody then. That would be weird. I gotta say, guys, I can't say prongs without rolling the R's. It just feels wrong. Anyway, so I got my notes, guys. Again, fantastic chapter, and yes, it's the animagus thing, which just blows my mind. I had no idea this was the case, but we will get to it. So the way that I often do my notes when it comes to these things, guys, is that I'll make notes. I'll think about like the previous episode, maybe listen to the episode as well. And maybe make like a couple of little notes to just start off with. And I start off with one here, which actually gets explained in this chapter. Which is okay. This is essentially the thing which blows my mind, guys. So my question that I wrote before listening to this chapter was: at what point did James first use his Patronus? Because if he's been called Prongs amongst Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, that for him to be called Prongs, he would have already had to use his Patronus. But that's not the case at all. In fact, I don't even know if James's Patronus would be a stag. James Potter was an animagus, wasn't it? It's animagi when it's plural. I never had that in the back of my mind at all. I never even assumed that he could turn into a stag, ever. I assumed that it was always that Harry had the same Patronus as his father, which I think at some point gets confirmed, I feel. And it throws into debate Lily Potter's Patronus. Oh man, it completely threw me off, guys. The fact that James was is an animagus. I guess we should go through it in order, guys. But it raises so many questions. I do still assume that James's Patronus, if he used one, would be a stag. Because that's what I thought it meant when it said, oh, he's raising his father and everything. I didn't realise it was an animagus in the slightest until this chapter. So yeah, that completely blew my mind. But like I say, I should really go through this in order. But it raises so many questions. It really does about James and everything. And going on what we hear about Peter Pettigrew in the next chapter, I certainly assume that an animagus, when you become one, which you are actually able to do, you're able to learn it, you still have no choice over the creature that you turn into. I feel like that is certain. We'll discuss it. We'll discuss it, but we should really go through this in order. Another one of my notes here, I don't think it ever gets explained, and honestly, I've been questioning it in my Fantastic Beasts reactions as well. Black intended to kill Pettigrew. As he actually words it, how is it? He says he wants to complete. He wants to do the murder that he's been imprisoned for, or something like that. Presumably that was going to be with the unforgivable curse. And in the scene in the movie, I can kind of get that because Black is going nuts in it, and Lupin is not really helping to calm the situation at all in the movie. But in the book, he really is. And so we'll discuss the morality of what Lupin and Black were going to do in the next chapter, guys. But we got to do this in order. We really do have to do this in order. So Black leaps at Scabbers, actually lands on Ron's leg. My goodness. And Lupin, like, physically drags him off and everything. He then says the line, which is different in the book, saying they have the right to know regarding Scabbers and everything. Now, in the movie, that is Harry has the right to know because this person is responsible for his parents' death. Lupin doesn't say it, but that is the assumption. But it is a great point here where Lupin actually, I think he actually says before even mentioning why Harry has a right to know, he says Ron kept him as a pet. So that Ron is such a, apart from going in the background, in the movie, I to do at least one Ron impression every single book review. In the movie, he is in the background, panics about them taking Scabbers off him, but then that's it. And we never hear anything about the trauma, genuine trauma, guys. You think how young Ron was when they would have got Scabbers, which doesn't get explained. I want to know exactly. I got some theories, but I want to know exactly why Pettigrew presumably chose the Weasleys. I guess it's a pretty safe place. It's interesting, but that might come up in future chapters. You see, I'm all over the place, guys. This is going to be a hard one because we learned so much, and it's such a short period of time in the movie. So yeah, we hear that Lupin says Ron has a right to know because he kept Peter as a pet, which is so caring of Lupin. Lupin in the book, and he keeps on saying how calm he is. He's just completely and utterly chill. Even in the last chapter with the werewolf thing, it's just like, yep, okay, that's what we're doing. I now need to. He is a teacher through and through, guys. He really is, guys. He is the ultimate teacher. If he was in Danganronpa, he'd be the ultimate teacher. Because you think about how Snape reacts in this scene. And the only reason why I'm mentioning Snape is because he is the only other teacher in this scene, guys. But Snape is, right, I've got you, Black, and everything, Whereas Lupin's going in there as a teacher. That's his approach to the scene. It's wonderful. I think Lupin in the book here, if I didn't love him before, guys, I would love him now. Because, my goodness, he is absolutely brilliant in this scene. So it's really nice that they acknowledge how hard it's going to be for Ron to accept this. It really, it obviously is. In fact, Ron keeps on looking to Harry and Hermione for support, for backup, but he ain't getting it. He keeps on saying, he says he looks to Harry and Ron for support. So Ron's pretty, and also he has a broken leg that Black has just jumped onto as well. So he is in agony as well. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Not the fact that Ron's got a broken leg, but the fact that this scene is absolutely amazing in the book. And in the movie, guys. I can't take away from how good it is in the movie. But the movie does just completely... It doesn't even address the fact of how heartbreaking it's going to be for Ron. So yeah, then James does say... Here we go. I've got the line right here. I want to commit the murder I was in prison for. Now, my little note here is double jeopardy, which I know is stupid. I know in America, at least, I know that Jeopardy is a game show in America, but also double jeopardy in American law is you cannot be sentenced for the same crime twice. Now, I don't know how watertight that is, but if you get, like in Black's case here, if you do a sentence for the murder of someone, and then that person pops up alive and well, double jeopardy would suggest, because I'm not saying this is the case, but double jeopardy would suggest that that person has the right to then kill that person. You know, it is in a. You know what? You Americans are probably screaming at the camera. Probably not at the video right now. That probably isn't the case, but that's always what I assume double jeopardy to mean. I think because I saw an incredibly cheaply made movie called it once. Or what? No, I don't think it was called it. But the whole point of it was that this person... Anyway, let's move on. I just looked it up and there is a movie called Double Jeopardy, starring Tommy Lee Jones, in fact. But I don't remember Tommy Lee Jones being in it. I remember it being mentioned in a movie that I've seen before, though. And finding it very interesting. I probably just butchered the definition of it, but the essential thing is that you cannot be trialed for the same crime twice, isn't it? I believe that's the definition of it. Now, I do say double jeopardy here. Would that be legally okay for Black in the Wizarding World? But then I got a note which I only just added now. Surely Azkaban is forever. Azkaban, apart from obviously if you're acquitted, like acquitted, like Hagrid was. I'm trying to think now, because in Chamber of Secrets, I think Dumbledore or someone says that how Hagrid won't be there for very long, but that's because they're still in the process of solving the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets, isn't it? So I presume Azkaban has to be forever, because it purposely destroys people's psyche and removes any sense of their own being. So you're going to let those people out in the streets afterwards? Oh my goodness, it reminds me of a Buffy episode that we've recently covered. It really does. Yeah. Oh, what was it called? I can't remember what it was called, but it was called Anne. There we go. That really is. You can't do that, guys. But then again, you know what? Since covering Fantastic Beasts, I'm suddenly realising that the Wizarding World is not as nice a place as I thought it was. But then again, it's set in the 1920s, and so a lot of things weren't as nice as they are now. Yeah. Either way. So yeah, I'd imagine Azkaban has to be for life. For life. Sorry. Ron, you're both mental. Of course, we get that line, which is in the movie as well. I'm sure that in the movie he says mental basically every other word, though, which is very 90s insult. I don't think people say it anymore. So obviously it's pretty offensive when you think about it. He keeps on looking to Harry and Hermione. Here we go for support for Scabbers. Lupin actually points his wand at Ron, which is obviously the first non-teachery thing that he does here. It says, "You were going to hear me out, Ron." Which is cool. I mean, the pointing the wand is not ideal, but it is basically saying, okay, I am going to defuse the situation, and you are going to accept that. Again, real teacher feel from Lupin here. Lupin's the main focus of this scene in the book, guys. He just is. And I love the actor who's in Prisoner of Azkaban as Lupin, guys. And I think his performance is wonderful. And there's some subtleties in this scene. Some wonderful subtleties. I don't know if I've got it in my notes, but when Snape is saying about that Lupin and Black are arguing like a married couple, and Snape bites back at Black's bites back at Snape, and Lupin like tries to calm the situation, and Black says, "Shut up, Rebus," or something like that. He basically says he's not going to calm down, and Lupin's just like, and just walks out. I just love the way. He like goes, "What about it? Not out of here," but he's like, I give up that line of calming the situation. He's just like that, walks up. I love it. Anyway, I need to stay on track, guys, because these like I say, these chapters are covering such a small amount of the movie. And so I am going to be dancing all over the place, but Snape is not even in the room at this point. The Marauder's map never lies, which is one. In the movie, it says that it can't lie, whereas in the movie it says that the Marauder's map never lies, which is a difference. There is definitely a difference there regarding obviously Peter Pettigrew being present on the map. I did get a comment, I think, on my Fantastic Beasts reaction, in fact, Crones of Grindelwald. Apparently, during Prisoner of Azkaban, you can actually see Newt Scamander on the Marauder's map, guys, which is blooming incredible. You know what, I'm going to get my Newt wand out. I'll get my wand out as well in a moment. But yes, in the unboxing, I got sent two wands. And I was a little bit worried at first, saying, oh, two things that could be wands. But one of them is my wand, the Dogwood wand and so on. And the other one, guys, is this beautiful blooming thing. I will get the dog one out in a bit, but here is Newt's. Minus the two... No, it does have 2 marks. Hush my mouth, of course it has 2 marks. Because he keeps on putting his wand in his blooming mouth, which is disgraceful. Oh, man, it's so delicate as well. Newt's is so delicate compared to mine, guys. Mine's a bit chunky. No. No, that's my spell for don't say anything stupid, Veggie. Right, so let's move on before I get kicked off YouTube. Hermione says it can't be true, and Lupin replies, "Why can't it be true?" And again, this is so much like a teacher, guys. It's not like Hermione says it can't be true, and Lupin says, "Well, it blooming is true because of the." But no, he is convincing Hermione to explore how it could be real. Again, such a teacher moment there. I loved it. So we hear about Animagus, guys, and obviously at this point I'm thinking that only Black and Scabbers are those. Up to this point, though, I've been even questioning if Peter Pettigrew even was one. Oh no, I did think he was one, but I was questioning why he would never turn back, and that does get explained in the coming chapter, or at least theorized anyway. And so we hear about Animagus and how they are incredibly rare. There's only 7 known cases over the last century, which is kind of insane considering McGonagall is 1. She is 1, right? She is. You're going to be correcting me now, guys, but I swear that McGonagall must be an Animagus. No, she is. Okay, so that's 1. And then we hear of 3 unknown ones, which is obviously what we will be explained soon. We hear about how the Ministry actually keeps tabs on the Animagus, and I question the morality of that, but you know what? I can fully understand it, because obviously, I mean, wizards are quite capable of doing crimes anyway. Polyjuice should be like the most illegal substance in the galaxy, quite frankly, because polyjuice is how they, you know, our heroes always break the law in all these movies. It really is. And so, the Ministry keep tabs on the animagus. Now, I don't know if that is a sort of thing where they need to check up on them every year or something like that, or it's just from birth. I guess that the ones that are known are from a young age, at least, not from birth. That would be a shocking moment for her. Okay, am I really going to say this? Am I really... Okay, should I say this? Okay, I'm gonna put it as cleanly as I can. If it's from birth... And one of them is a half-blood, that could be a massive surprise to the other parents. Right, move on, Veggie. You're going to get kicked off YouTube today. Right. I did question if it's suppression or if it just makes law-wise. I think it does make sense law-wise, to be honest. I don't think there's anything particularly shady about keeping track of the animagus. The door creaks. And it's not explained what happened. Lupin goes to look outside it, and I think Ron then says, well, it's blooming Orton, isn't it? You know, not like that, but in a more Ron-ish way. You should really never point your wand at your face. This is something I've noticed that I'm doing, guys, like since getting this wand out. I could do this instead of using my microphone. But yeah, that's a bad idea, isn't it? This is very good for making a point, actually. You say, yeah, Ron says how it's haunted and everything, and Lupin confirms, no, this place isn't haunted at all, dude. He knows, 100% that it's definitely not haunted. We then hear Lupin's backstory, guys, and this is another thing that we just never get. We get a little bit of it with, which is additional information about how kind Lily was to Lupin, which again has not come up yet in the book at all. So Lupin was very young when he got bit. At the time, there was no cure, which probably suggests there is a cure. I don't think that it's referring to what Snape is giving Lupin, because that's not a cure. And so I presume that now, at the Wizarding World's version of Boots chemists, you can now get a cure for actual werewolves, but maybe it has to be used very, very quickly, Whereas what Snape is doing is just maintaining Lupin. It's not making him better. And you can't add sugar to it either. It ruins it. Maybe Snape told that. Maybe that's a lie. I kind of like the idea that Snape is making this, because I don't care what you say, guys. Snape making the potion for Lupin is awesome. Maybe Dumbledore ordered him to do it or anything, but he's doing it. And I don't think that Dumbledore ordered him to do it. We know that Dumbledore and Snape have had a lot of discussions about Lupin's presence there, but I feel like once Snape accepted that he was not going to get his way on the Lupin job, on Lupin getting employed there, that he then said, okay, I will then start making these potions. That's my interpretation of it, guys. Let me know if you disagree. But yeah, in one of the earlier chapters, Lupin says that unfortunately you can't add sugar to the potion because it makes it not work. I like the idea of that Snape just told him that. Because Snape is the potion guy, guys. He really is. We do hear that he's not technically one of the two most intelligent students in the school. But again, that's all down to opinion. I feel like my overarch, particularly in the next chapter, is nearly everything we hear, particularly in the next chapter, is opinionated. Heavily opinionated. Even Hermione says something which is... In fact, she says it in this chapter, which is strangely opinionated. We will get to it. It's a strange thing that she says towards the end of this chapter. But enough about the werewolf potion shenanigans. So yes, the potion... Oh, that's right. So the potion that Snape is giving to Lupin actually doesn't stop the werewolfness coming out. Which is absolutely what I assumed until reading this chapter was the case. What it actually does is when Lupin turns into the werewolf, he keeps his mind. I think he's still a bit crazed, much like how Black when he turns into the dog, which we will discuss in the coming chapters. It's a bit of a weird security risk. Well, I mean, it depends on... Okay. We will get to it, guys, but the whole thing about the Ministry must know that people can become animagus. Learn it. We'll get there. We will get there, guys, but I'm all over the place at the moment, so I need to start doing this list in order and stop jumping forward. I really do. I apologise. Do werewolves change wherever they are? Yeah, now this is me being stupid, guys. For some reason, and I don't know why, I assumed... And this is stupid. This is actually really stupid of me. I assumed that werewolves only change when they're outside. Much like vampires only die during the day if they are in sunlight. That's not the case. Wherever a werewolf is, inside, outside, anywhere, they are going to turn into a werewolf when the full moon is up. Which is something which I didn't assume. Seriously, I did not think that would be the case at all. But that's just me being stupid, quite frankly. Dumbledore became head while Lupin was at school, which is very interesting. It means that he would have become head when the Marauders and Snape and Lily were at school, which just begs the question, guys, why is there not a Marauders spin-off series? That's another really interesting story arc. In fact, reading this chapter, the Marauders storyline would be about Lupin. Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I do wonder if you book readers just assumed that I knew all this. I didn't know any of this stuff, guys. So Dumbledore came to be the head, presumably he was already teaching at Hogwarts, but became head when Lupin was actually at school. And it would have been one of Lupin's earlier years, because Dumbledore knew of Lupin's condition before the rest of what would be the Marauders. We then hear, and this is something which you guys have been very tactful when correcting me, the Whomping Willow was actually installed for Lupin. I did not think that was the case at all, and very often. One example was when the Hogwarts Legacy trailer came out, and at the end I was like, oh, is that the Whomping Willow there on the map? Because there's a tree on the poster, on the cover, I guess you'd say, for Hogwarts Legacy, which genuinely looks like the Whomping Willow. And people were like saying, no, Veggie, it's not the Whomping Willow, but they didn't explain why they knew it wasn't the Whomping Willow. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And so it was actually installed there. That obviously then explains even more why Snape is annoyed when he says that tree's been there since before you were born. He probably knows the day it was blooming installed. And so, and also the tunnel network was actually made for Lupin as well. Which I guess makes sense. I guess that does make sense. So yeah, the Whomping Willow getting installed because of Lupin, I had no idea. And thank you all for not telling me until I got to the book. That was a good revelation. It explains why people said I was wrong about Whomping Willow and Hogwarts Legacy, yes. Lupin would bite and scratch himself when isolated, which is horrendous. He must have been in an absolute blooming state. You would have thought... I mean, I don't know if Lupin's parents are still alive. That would be something very interesting. I presume that they probably died defending him when he was bit. I hope that comes up, because obviously that werewolf is a character in the movie, and I presume he's going to be a character much more in the books. So I'm looking forward to learning more about him. But Lupin being in this state in the shack alone during those times, you'd think that if his parents were around, or maybe they disowned him, maybe they're anti-werewolf to the point where they disown their own son. But you would think that most parents would want to be there with their child whilst they're going through that. Yeah, sad. Dumbledore actually encouraged the rumor that there are aggressive ghosts in the haunted, in the Shrieking Shack. He doesn't say that he came up with them, so I presume that the locals just assumed that it was the case when they heard Lupin's howling, I guess it would be. And, you know, the shaking of the building and everything, you know, I think that rumour probably came about, and Dumbledore just, you know, used his manipulation to encourage it, and obviously he could tell the students it and everything. It'd be like gospel to them. But obviously he has to also convince that Hogsmeade as well. So I think that Hogsmeadians are probably the ones who came up with that theory that it was an aggressively haunted house. Lupin would make up reasons for his disappearance because he was worried that he'd be deserted, and so he's basically, whenever he's having to disappear and everything, he's having to come up with these reasons, much like he is in his teaching role, coming up with reasons of why he's having to disappear like every month or so, or whenever the full moons are. You know what I mean? And the reason why he's doing that is because he doesn't want to be deserted. He doesn't want to be abandoned by his friends, because his friends are basically the only things that he has. Pizza included, guys. We'll get into it in the next chapter, but I don't like, very often in these things, good guys are good guys and bad guys are just like evil in every single way, in their appearance, in the way they eat, everything, you know what I mean? And so I feel like Peter does have some redeemable qualities, which I hope are addressed at some point. But honestly, the way that he's described in the next chapter, I don't think it's going to be the case. It's the whole Slytherin thing. Like I say, guys, whenever we hear about a Slytherin girl, for whatever reason, we have to hear that they're not as attractive as other girls and everything. Again, this is Harry's mindset. So Harry is the one who is putting that onto Peter Pettigrew. He's the one who's putting that onto the Slytherin girls, you know, and boys. I don't know why I specifically say girls, but you know, Harry's depiction of these characters is not necessarily what they actually are. That's certainly how I like to see it, because if not, then it's kind of a nastily written thing when there's those sort of moments. So I like to think that it's Harry just being a teenager and just being very judgmental like that against people which he is essentially inherited a detestment for, especially the Slytherins, you know what I mean? Very interesting. It is prejudice, guys. It's prejudice. But, you know, show me a teenager that isn't prejudiced in any way. Well, there you go. So let's move on. I'm going to have to put this thing away because I'm worried about knocking on something, so I'm going to pop this away. I'll get mine out in a moment. A-dooby-dooby-doo. Lovely, lovely, lovely. You see this, like, crazy, like, shroud effect as well. Really cool. Anyway. So if you want to check out my reaction to opening this, guys, it's in the latest unboxing video. I've got another one coming up soon as well, actually. I'll leave it until next month, which will be next week. Okay. Right. Blah, 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 blah. So this is really where we get into the meat of the matter, guys. We find out that the three, as in Black, Potter, and Pettigrew, became Animagi. Which is fascinating. The fact that is possible. It took them 3 years to do it. I do speculate somewhere that the Ministry must know that it is possible for people to do it, but I can't remember why that is, but I will have made a note of that. So it took them 3 years to be able to do it, but Lupin says how Black and Potter were the most intelligent students at school. I'm not sure if that's true. That would mean that Black is more intelligent than Lily. It would also mean that they're both more intelligent than Snape. I know that James was a head boy and everything, but I don't think Snape would have been head boy material. That's a good point, actually. Would you ever have a Slytherin head boy? As in a Slytherin who has the mentality of your average Slytherin, which is not a good thing, going on the way that these stories are written. I know there can be good Slytherins, of course, but the tendency tends to be that they seem to be quite prejudiced and so on and so forth. Would you ever have a Slytherin head boy who is like that? You can't. You just can't. So I'm surprised that because this is Lupin's opinion here, says that James and Black were the most intelligent students in school. I think that he is purposely leaving out Snape there, but that's just that's my opinion. Maybe Black is really smart. I've never really seen Black as being like this incredibly talented wizard. You know what I mean? I don't know why, but I just never assumed that he was. Considering the story revolves around James and Snape and Lily, and we hear about how smart they are all the time. For Lupin to say that Black is up there, I feel like that just might be him being a good friend. That's my opinion of it. Let me know if you're wrong. If it's ever come up before how brilliant Black is, it probably has done it in Prisoner of Azkaban, but I've probably forgotten it. Sounds like something that Veggie would do. I'm pouring water. It is not what happened in one of the musicals. Ignore me. Right, so a werewolf is only dangerous to people. So yeah, werewolves will only attack humans. Now, I don't think that's the case in, I think, any other werewolf story, right? There's a werewolf in, what's it called? Twilight, right? Jacob. I believe he's meant to be a werewolf. And there's a okay. I'll put it like this. There is a werewolf character in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Because I don't want to spoil anything for anything. And I'm pretty... I ain't seen Twilight, but I think in anything that I've seen with werewolves in, they will destroy livestock and, yeah, they're only a danger to people. That's a strange one, guys. Because what if it's hungry? What if a werewolf is hungry in the middle of the forest? Are you telling me it's not going to kill a deer? Or do all werewolf people, I don't know what, I guess that you just call them werewolves, don't you? Do werewolves, before they change, just stuff themselves like they're going into hibernation, so they don't have to eat for the next couple of days? So yeah, the fact that werewolves will not attack animals is that was a strange one to me. But that made the animagus, obviously the animagi, the perfect solution, and so that's why Peter Pettigrew, Lupin, and Black and James, went on this journey to learn it. Peter Pettigrew would be the person to disable the Whomping Willow. That's a nice little detail. That's a really nice little detail, and so that's him using his specific skill as a rat to fruition. Again, though, I don't think that it's like when they say, okay, now we get to choose which animal we want to be. I don't think it's the case. I think it's like Patronus. I think it just happens, I think that animagus don't really choose what animal they're going to be. What if they turn into a fish? Oh, that'd be a short story, wouldn't it? If Harry turned out to be an animagus. Oh no, he would just turn back. Ignore me. I'm an idiot. Would have been very useful in Goblet of Fire, though. So, see, I've thrown myself off by saying this stupid rubbish that I'm coming out with. So apparently, because the werewolves will not attack animals, the three of them would have a real calming effect on Lupin, and they'd go and visit him every night, I think. Not every night, obviously, whenever he's having his turns, which is like once a month or something, or twice a month. And it got to the point where they were actually able to walk around Hogwarts and Hogsmeade at night. They would actually just like walk around, like chilling out at night, like with the dog and the stag being able to control Lupin if Lupin gets a little bit aggressive because they're larger animals. I don't think Black is a larger animal, but it does say because Black and Potter were large enough they were able to control Lupin if he had any particular turn or anything. This is actually where they drew the Marauders map, because they would walk around Hogwarts, the castle, at night. These animals, which is quite a bizarre image when you think about it. Just like walking around drawing the map. Now, I always assumed that it was like they had a bit of parchment that said Mapios, and you know, the map would just lay out. But no, they actually drew the map, which is not something which I assumed it would be. I thought it'd be like radar, you know, or sonar, would like pick up where all the walls are. But they actually did draw it themselves. And Lupin then does the roll call, guys. He says, "I'm Mooney, Black's Padfoot, Pettigrew's Wormtail, and your father was Prongs." To Harry, and Harry like goes to ask Prongs, what is that? What is that meant to mean? But Hermione blooming interrupts at that point, which is, you know, right. But you know, he doesn't have to wait that much longer to understand what it meant, though. And so Hermione then interrupts. And I like the way she interrupts, because he like says how dangerous it was for the four of them to be walking around Hogwarts and Hogsmeade at night like this with a werewolf and everything, and how irresponsible it was and everything. I love it, guys, because it's Hermione telling off Lupin and Black in exactly the same way that she tells off Harry and Ron. I thought it was awesome. I thought it was a really nice little detail there. Lupin does say that he would feel really guilty about betraying Dumbledore's trust, because Dumbledore, you know, as far as Lupin knows, didn't know that he was doing this. He probably did know, though, didn't he? Which is interesting that Lupin, we hear that from Lupin, you know, the guilt that he has of it, because quite frankly, Harry just doesn't have that guilt. Does he? I feel like he did probably in like Sorcerer's Stone, but I don't feel like he has any guilt about tricking or betraying Dumbledore's trust at all. I don't know, guys. Even with what happened with the Marauders map and getting, when Snape was like giving him the earful and everything. Yeah. Lupin actually feeling guilty, because Dumbledore's done so much for Lupin, more than almost any student, in fact, or that we know of, anyway. Ah, now this is it. We hear that apparently it is illegal to become an animagus. Yes. I'm pretty sure that it is stated that it is illegal for someone to learn it, which means that it must be known that people can become them by the Ministry, and those ones can't be kept track of course, and so, which does question Azkaban's security system quite majorly, because we find out how Black did get out of Azkaban, and it was easier than I was expecting, guys. My goodness, it was. But that's another moment for another chapter. We need to get through this chapter. We hear that Lupin hasn't been able to get any paid work at all since until the Defense Against the Dark Arts job, which explains why he's always so badly dressed and everything, which is not something which I assumed. But I assumed that he was always badly dressed because his clothing would always get destroyed, and so he would never spend much money on it. That's why I always assumed that it was the case. But no, he is a very poor guy, financially. And the way he describes it, he says that I'm been able to get paid work because of what I am. Oh, I love Lupin, guys. I blooming love Lupin. So, Lupin like says about how the other professors were trying to convince Dumbledore to not do so, and mentions Snape. And Black weirdly like says, why are you mentioning Snape? And Lupin fills Black in and says, well, he's potions master here. Which is interesting, because earlier on in this scene, maybe Black was just too focused on Peter Pettigrew, but earlier on in the scene, Lupin had said that Snape would give him the potion and everything. That didn't, ring any alarm bells for Black at that point, but this apparently is the first time that Black found out that Snape is actually working at Hogwarts. So we hear that Snape is apparently jealous of James because of Quidditch. I do question that, guys, because that would... There's two there's two possibilities there. One, Lupin is just being a good friend to James and an enemy to Lupin, to Snape. I'm sorry, guys. Lupin is either being a good friend to James and an enemy to Snape by saying that, or Snape would have had to have given the impression that he was really into Quidditch, which is not something which I would have seen coming, guys. Was Snape into Quidditch? I'd imagine we will be hearing a lot more about his childhood in the future, guys, and quite frankly, I am up for that. But I can't imagine Snape's into... Oh no, he's very possessive of his Quidditch team, though, the Slytherin team. So yeah, maybe he was. So yeah, maybe he was straight up just jealous of James's Quidditch skills, but obviously there are other reasons as well. The fact that Lupin is saying that, does that mean that Lupin didn't really know about Snape and Lily's friendship? Maybe that was a complete secret to them all. Apart from James, I'd imagine James would have known. Well, maybe, yeah, I would imagine James would know. That would mean that Snape must be somewhat into Quidditch for Lupin to get the idea. Yeah. Now I think about it, I think the Snape is into Quidditch. I put it into my head that because he's the potions teacher he wouldn't be, but no, he's absolutely right. He's very proud of his Slytherin team. So yeah. We hear that Pomfrey would actually walk Lupin to the Whomping Willow. When he's going to be turning and everything, so it's interesting that Pomfrey was actually a part of that as well. Black told Snape to. So now we hear about the trick that nearly cost Snape his life. So Snape was, seeing Pomfrey leading Lupin out and everything, and all this palaver with the tree and everything, and the fact that 3 of the students would be going off. 3 of his enemies, quite frankly, would be going off at a certain time and everything. Along with Lupin disappearing as well. Started to do some investigation work into trying to find out exactly what that is going on. Presumably to expose it, maybe not. And was trying to solve this mystery. Black told Snape that if he prods the tree, then that's how it calms down and you're able to get past it. Snape believed him. Now, I presume... I presume that... I presume that Black and Snape did not like each other well before this event happened. So why Snape would believe Black being one of the people who keeps on disappearing at this certain... Oh no, Snape wouldn't know about them going out at night, would he? Because he's in different halls. Snape believing Black is a strange one, guys. I'd like to know more behind that. I mean, it depends on the way that Black put it, but Black straight up wanted the tree to attack Snape, and Black essentially says that if he died, it would be his own fault. It absolutely would not be Snape's own fault. You know what, guys? Black is a lot more of a prick in these chapters than he is in the movie, because that's bad, guys. I mean, a teenager trying to trick someone into dying or to getting seriously injured. I mean, we saw how the state of Harry and Hermione after getting through the Whomping Willow a couple of chapters ago. It wasn't like in the movie where they're like going, whoa, like that. No, it is beating and they're bleeding out of their face and everything. Black knew this was coming, and so that's messed up if Black was... Yeah. Well, I don't know if you could. I don't know how you could defend what Black did there, guys. The fact that Snape believed him is odd to me, and the fact that Snape is presumably trying to expose this secret, is certainly not good either. Oh man. I hope that you can all appreciate my thoughts when I say this, guys. Because quite frankly, I'll read your comments and I'll change my mind and everything, which is the whole point of these sort of things. But I'm certainly not going out there to villainize any characters that you love or anything. I'm just trying to give my genuine first opinions of experiencing this story. So, and also, this bit of the story just seems weird to me. James heard that Black had told Snape that, and pulled Snape away just at the last moment, risking his life. So, I hope this scene gets explained more in the future, guys, because that's... Black told Snape. Was he there? Were they right next to the Whomping Willow with James there as well? And said, hey, if you prod it, it'll freeze and everything. So Snape went to go and do it there with Black and James there, and James like went, oh no, this has gone too far, and grabbed Snape. Or were they away from it? And Black said, yeah, go to the tree and you do that. Snape went to the tree. James just happened to be there, or coming out of the tree, I guess he could have been. And was able to grab Snape in time. Yeah, that's a good question. Was Black and James there at the tree when Black told Snape about the wrong information about the tree? It doesn't make complete sense to me, guys, and so I'd like to hear more info on this. And if that is in the book, then we'll cover it in the future. But I'd also like to hear your thoughts on that. So yes, I got here. Snape believed Black? ? They must have already not been not liked each other at this point. Yeah, absolutely. At this point, Black and Snape must not have liked each other. Now, this is the Hermione line, which kind of makes me think, Hermione, what are you talking about? Hermione says, she basically, you know, she basically summarizes the situation for us. And says that Snape hates James because he thought he was in on the joke. I'm not going to say that's out of character for Hermione. But that is showing a hatred towards Snape. This isn't a joke. Okay, okay, let's back up a little bit. Maybe it is a joke. Do you think that when Black said, yeah, go and prod that tree and it will neutralize it, do you think that was for the lols? Or do you not think it was because he wanted to defend his friend, Lupin, who's going through this absolute misery from a person who appears to be trying to expose his most dark secret? Or was Black having a laugh? It doesn't sound like having a laugh to me, guys. It sounds like attempted murder. Oh man, okay, I'm gonna calm that back. I'm gonna dial that back a little bit. I don't think it's attempted murder. But Black wanted Snape to get hurt. I think we can all agree on that, right? Black wanted Snape to get hurt. Right? If you disagree with me, guys, please let me know in the comments. Really, honestly. I'm not going to snap at you. I'm not going to snap at you. I'm not going to snap at you. I want you guys to give me your thoughts on it. What was Black's intention? What was Black's hope? What was Black's intention to happen by telling Snape this? Was it for Snape to get smacked in the face? I feel like that is the kindest that we can be to Black in this, by saying that he wanted Snape to get hit or scared. I guess you could get scared, but the Whomping Willow moves so fast in the book, Snape would have got hit, definitely. And the fact that Lupin referred to what James did as risking his life to save Snape from something which Black was doing a prank. There's something up here, guys. There is definitely loyalty in these words, and Hermione being the one to say this is the thing which blows my socks off. Because Hermione isn't one of the Marauders. She's, up till a second ago, seen Black as the ultimate evil. She feels completely betrayed at this point by Lupin. So why is she taking such a anti-Snape pro-Marauders take on this situation? By calling this situation a joke. I feel like I'm making a good point here, guys. I'm probably not making any sense at all, am I? In what situation does Hermione think that this was a joke? Okay, so what... Okay, let's put it like this. What does Hermione think that Black's intention was to happen? Was it for Snape to go, whoa, it's attacking me! I'm out of here! Bring! And then like running off like a cartoon character. Was that what she thinks was the intention here? But she's willing to accept that James risked his life to pull Snape away. In on the joke is a strange turn for Hermione. This is probably the most judgmental I've ever been against Hermione ever. Book Hermione, definitely. I feel like it is. I feel like my pulse is raising here. In on the joke, Hermione. I'm not having it. Hermione, I'm not having it. Book Hermione, I frigging love you. I'm not having it. I'm not having this. I hope I'm not making too much of a big deal about this, guys. In on the joke. Ah, I can't. No, I was going to give like a real world example, but I'm not going to do that, guys, because it would be distasteful. In on the joke. And Snape, having been pulled back, assumed that James was in on it? You know what? I can kind of see that. The feeling that they're all infamy, they've all got it in for me. Which, to be fair, they did all have it in for him. But the weirdest part of it all, and I'm guessing it's to cover his own back, when Hermione says this line about being in on the joke, which I didn't realise I was going to be so angry about before hitting record, guys. But when she says that line about Snape hates James because he thought he was in on the joke. Who agrees with her? Snape. Snape reveals himself, not like that. Snape blows his cover. There we go. Let's put it like that, and says, "That's right." Is it? Kayfabe, is it? If Snape is hiding his feelings towards Lily and everything, that's the real reason why he hates James? Is he saying that this is the reason why he hated James? To cover that up? Why does he say that's right? Or did he just feel like this is a good moment to get his big, his big appearance moment? It's not right at all. And if it is right, he's admitting that he was wrong. Oh, man. Anyway. Oh, God. So we need to move on. Why did he say that's right? Anyway, Snape had the invisibility cloak that he found at the entrance. He had entered the room earlier on when the door opened up and Lupin had to look out. But Lupin already had worked out what was going on. So maybe Lupin purposely pointed the discussion to try and wind Snape up. Maybe that's why he said about he was always jealous of James's Quidditch skills. Yeah, maybe. Lupin's awesome in this blooming scene, guys. My goodness. So that's my notes from chapter 18, guys. Sorry, I feel like I need to apologise to Hermione. In on the joke? That doesn't sound like something that Hermione would say to her bestest friends, let alone his greatest enemies. In on the joke. Let's move on to chapter 18. That's not right. Let's move on to chapter 19. I'm a professional YouTuber, guys. The Servant of Lord Voldemort. It was Harry. I am so sorry, Hermione. I had to double check that. I had to double check that I'd heard it right. But it wasn't Hermione who said it. I'm sorry, guys. When making these notes, often I'll make little mistakes. But I've just, what's the term? I just character assassinated Hermione, and I'm so sorry. Hermione, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was Harry that said it. Which definitely explains the loyalty. I'm going to have to put a caution at the start. Or maybe I'll be able to edit in. Okay, I'll try to remember editing in a little thing saying Veggie realizes it was Harry in a second or something like that. I'm sorry, Hermione. I thought it was so out of character for her to say it. But even, okay, Harry's being an idiot then and being openly loyal. In on the joke. It's not a freaking joke. Oh my god, a joke. It's not a joke. I'm so sorry, Hermione. I really am. So glad I clocked that, because that would have been all we'd be talking about in the comments if I hadn't noticed that. Yes, it was Harry, not Hermione, who said that's why Snape hates James. Or hated him, as Harry says, because he thought he was in on the joke. That's a pretty funny joke, Harry. Pretty funny. Did it feel funny just now when the Whomping Willow was smacking your face in? Let's move on before I get too angry again. Almost. Oh, I didn't change. Can I change it live? Get to see behind the scenes there. There we go. Did that actually work? I think it worked. Okay, great. Okay, so chapter 19, The Servant of Voldemort. Almost instantly, both Snape and Black revert to being school children and start arguing with each other. That's actually a great point by Max. Everyone starts yelling, and just when things look to be going to be heading south, Harry, Hermione, and Grunt, as it says here, tries to disarm Snape at the same time, and the spell knocks him out cold. Back to story time with Lupin and Black. Black admits he wanted to find and kill Peter because without anyone knowing, they switched who the secret keeper was. Both Black and Lupin believed the other was a spy. He tells how Peter faked his death, how he knew that he was at Hogwarts, which is fascinating. It fills in so many blanks. Okay. After even more revelations and arguing, they finally turn Peter back into a person. No lie he says convinces anyone of his innocence, but rather than killing him, Harry wishes to have him turned over. They tie up Peter, make Snape float, help Ron up, and head out to what they all hope is a happy ending. Yeah, you know what? It is kind of the end of the story, isn't it? It is. It could have been. It very easily could have been. Wow. That's kind of bizarre. Whereas in the movie, I never assumed that was the end of the movie. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, Max, for your summarizations. They saved me a whole boatload of time, and thank you so much, Jonas, for these wonderful side panels. Now let's get into my notes of this chunkier chapter. So obviously Snape had been using Harry's invisibility cloak, which he found at the tree. I got completely confused at this point, but yeah, he actually found it at the base of the Whomping Willow, which presumably was still neutralized at this point. I do have a little note here saying how can you find something that's invisible. It's like the invisible books that the Florian Blutz, or whatever it's called, ordered and then immediately lost. But that's stupid though. It's not completely invisible on both sides, is it? It's something which you put over yourself on one side for it to be invisible. You presume that Harry just like panicked when he like took off to go in and help Ron and so on, but or maybe it was knocked off him. I can't quite remember, but obviously like the bit which you can see would have been facing up. I'd imagine that's when when Snape found it. So Snape now knows about the cloak. I mean, it does seem like this is the first time that he's ever even heard of it, and he like says how it's ingenious and everything. And so you obviously never ran into the Marauders using it previously. At least going on what he said. Snape actually knows that Lupin has forgotten to take his potion because of what happened on the Marauders map. So Snape, I guess, took the potion to Lupin? Is it that he knows that he hasn't had it? So I guess that Snape was taking the potion to him and then realised that he wasn't there and then saw the map on Lupin's desk. Does make you think why Lupin didn't take the map with him. I think that, in that sort of situation, I definitely, just in case if you don't get there in time, just so if everyone like scatters and everything, especially Scabbers. Imagine if Scabbers had actually gotten away and they didn't have the map. Well, he does, doesn't he? Anyway, yeah. So Lupin should have taken the map with him, but yeah, no. Snape finds the map, and I don't think he takes it either. So he's left it in Lupin's room as well. Seems like a choice, but there you go. Lupin is actually getting a chance to actually explain to Harry and like try to calm the situation with Snape and everything, whereas obviously in the movie Black is just like constantly interrupting him. Gotta say, guys, the book does not have the line about 12 years in Azkaban and everything, which is such a brilliant line in the movie, and so that's definitely one thing which the movie does right. I still love the scene in the movie, guys, but the way that Lupin is just controlling several fires at once in this scene in the book is so cool, guys, and yeah, I feel like he's a bit hard done by, in fact, because it's so cool how he is in the book. But yeah, Snape wondering how Dumbledore will take the news that that Lupin is in on it with Black. So obviously he's not listening to anything that Lupin is saying, and saying how Dumbledore was trying to make Lupin a tame werewolf. He uses that specific term. So obviously Snape, is properly against werewolves. And the thing is, he's taught about werewolves as well. And so, but it's not just that he doesn't like Lupin. There's definitely actual prejudice coming out here, in my opinion. Lupin very calmly says, "You fool. Is a schoolboy grudge worth putting an innocent man back in Azkaban?" Very cool, very calculated line. Like, they're not really diffusing the situation, but Snape is like completely focused in, I'm going to do this and no one's going to stop me, sort of thing. And so, yeah, it's a little bit, I think it is de-escalating it. I guess Lupin is saying, "You fool," is saying, "Come to your senses, Snape." But, Black and him have genuine, actual bad history with each other, guys. Unless I've blown the Whomping Willow situation out of proportion, but you can't then say it was just a joke, like Harry put it, but then also say that James risked his life. How is he risking his life if it was just a joke? That's the... This is all incredibly biased, and that's fascinating, guys. Even Lupin, who was being like the absolute teacher in this situation, even he is showing extreme bias as well, which is what makes this scene even more entertaining. Snape actually, well, he restrains Lupin. No, it is attack. He attacks him with like says snake-like wires come wrapping around Lupin, gagging him and tying him up, and making him fall to the floor. And Black does go to Snape, and we get the line, give me a reason, and I'll swear I'll do it," which I think is slightly different in the movie. I think he actually says, "I beg you," or something like that in the movie. But you do get the impression that Snape could just kill him here. Considering that's what Lupin and Black are going to be doing to Pettigrew soon, or attempt to be doing. Yeah. I'm looking forward to reading your comments in this, guys. I feel like it's going to be a lot about the Snape situation, which is obviously a regular thing in the comments. It was difficult to see which of Black and Snape had more strong expression of hatred, which is very interesting, guys. So that does suggest that Black hates Snape as much as Snape hates Black, which does kind of surprise me. But I guess in this situation, Snape is stopping Black from fulfilling his ultimate goal of killing Peter Pettigrew, and so maybe that's why he's seeming more angry than normal. But you'd imagine Snape has more reason to hate Black than Black has to have Snape. I don't know, guys. I feel like we're going to be hearing a lot more stories about the Marauders and Snape, so it'll be very. I will look forward to reading those and giving me more context. You know, because I do feel like I'm missing a lot of context here, and obviously I'm saying quite strong opinions and everything without the full story. But that's how the book is written, though, and so I hope that my current opinions are at least understandable considering where I am in the story. So, yeah. Will Black hate Snape as much as Snape hates Black, or is it mostly based on what is just happening? Yes, it could be mostly what's happening, or it could be other events that happened in the past. But so far, out of the stories that I've heard, Snape has more reason to hate Black, in my opinion. But you know, not stories aside, Black is about to get revenge on Peter Pettigrew, and so Hermione says to Snape that it wouldn't hurt to hear what they had to say, which is very brave of Hermione at this point. Like, it does say like her voice is like quivering whenever she's speaking and everything. I think at one point she literally just turns against the wall as well. And we hear that Snape from Snape that Hermione is already facing suspension. We get a great line: "You, Potter, and Weasley are out of bounds in the company of a convicted murderer and werewolf," which, when you describe it like that, doesn't sound great. It really doesn't sound ideal. Yes. And he says, "For once in your life, hold your tongue." And he's, at least in the version which I listened to, he's getting genuinely angry in his voice. And in fact, he is definitely getting very, very angry with Hermione. Which, in this case, I can fully understand. Because if you put all bias aside, and you think Snape is here to save Harry, which is the reason why he's coming in here, guys. Although he has said, I so wished it would be me that caught you as well. I think it's more... I do feel like it's more to make sure that the students are safe. I do think that, but, you know. Thing is, he's not acting rationally, though. Like Max said in the blurb, they are arguing like children, whereas Lupin is still acting like, you know, the adult in the room. It's awesome. I love how Lupin is in this scene. I really, really do. So yeah, I do say he's kind of right with Hermione. Going on what he knows, he must be very annoyed that Hermione is like saying, "Oh no, let's hear him out." But obviously she's right. He says vengeance is sweet, which I don't think is a line in the movie, which is absolutely, you know, that's pure not looking after the students. That's him just getting revenge, essentially, which is obviously a very, very bad thing. It really is, guys. Vengeance is sweet. It has nothing to do with Peter Pettigrew. It has nothing to do with Harry being in danger. You know, it has nothing to even do with Black being on the run. It's Snape getting revenge for vengeance for what Black put him through, which was bad, but yeah, what he wants to happen to Black next, without the knowledge of Dumbledore, without the advanced knowledge of Dumbledore, is not good. It's absolutely it's horrendous, but we'll get to that when we get to it. So yeah, he says vengeance is sweet before he says how I would hope that I would be the one to catch you. I'm pretty sure vengeance is sweet. It's not a line in the movie, but you know what I'm like, guys. I just accuse Hermione of saying something that she didn't say for like 10 minutes, and so Black says he will come quietly as long as Ron brings Scabbers to the castle, which is very cool, guys. Lupin has absolutely just calmed everyone down, and obviously now Snape's coming in, like Snape's like freaking out and everything. Everyone else has calmed down, and Black has processed the situation and isn't about instant gratification of killing Peter anymore. He just wants justice to happen, and as long as Ron brings Scabbers to the castle, he will get that justice, so he will come quietly, that's cool. That is definitely the coolest that we've had Black in this scene. Black has completely calmed down now. And Snape is... This is bad, guys. I know there's a lot of big Snape fans, but the fact that he doesn't want... Okay, now I'll read the way read it the way he said it. So Snape says that they don't need to go to the castle, as he can call the Dementors. Now, even your biggest Snape fan must realise that that is Snape choosing rage out of what's the term? What's the term? What is the term? Due process. Because there is new information now. There is new information. You know, Snape looked at the map. He may have seen the fact that Peter Pettigrew was on the map. There is now new information. For him to get drag Black off to the Dementors and Lupin. He says it, guys. He says, in fact, we'll jump forward a little bit. I'll take the werewolf. Maybe the Dementors will have a kiss for him too. That's unacceptable, guys. That is unacceptable. Not only because it's the Ministry who decide who gets kissed, right? This is such a weird way of putting it. But it is, though, right? It's the Ministry who say, okay, too far gone. We sentence you to kiss, not the band. It's not Snape's decision. And presumably, the Dementors work on, if we're not held back properly, we will attack and Dementors kiss people. Unless they wouldn't. Unless Snape is just going mad in this line and saying, oh, maybe they'll kiss him as well, but not really thinking they're going to do it. But I'm not sure. That is not good, guys. The fact that he wants it does sound like he wants Lupin to get Dementor kissed. That's horrendous. And the fact that there is now due process, there is now new information that changes the game, that changes the narrative. So, what's wrong? Seriously, what's wrong with taking Black to the castle? Is Snape worried that Black is right and that he's actually innocent, and this will be Snape's only chance to get revenge? And because that is sick if that is the case. Or is he worried that Black will make a runner for it if they try to go back to the castle? But the way that he says there is no need to go back to the castle as I can call the Dementors, that doesn't sound like he's saying no because you'll try and leg it. It sounds like I am not willing to go with this narrative that is now apparent because Peter Pettigrew is allegedly in the room, because it is still allegedly to Snape. Yeah. It's not good, guys. It's not good. It's straight up revenge. Snape, I'll take the werewolf. Yeah, maybe the Dementors have a kiss for him. Like I say, maybe he's just being cute there, but that is still very messed up for him to say that. Actually, it's very interesting that Snape isn't thinking of actually killing Black himself. He is still wanting the Dementors to do it. We'll get to it in a minute, guys, but when it comes to spells that cause death, I'm not going to say death spells because that's different, but spells that cause death, it's not just the unforgivable curses, is it? It can't be. Like, if you set someone on fire, and if they're not put out in time, they're going to die, guys, and so that would be a killing spell. But or were Lupin and Black going to do an unforgivable curse in this scene? In the movie, I kind of get it, because Lupin is, like, very highly strung in this scene as well. But in the book, it doesn't make sense, because Lupin is very chilled out. And he's like, okay, we'll do it together. Is that to lessen Black's sentence or something? If it's deep? I don't know. I feel like I'm going on a crazy tangent here, guys. But weighing up the morality, everyone is wrong in this situation. Everyone is wrong in this situation, apart from Harry and Hermione and Ron, who is still not having it with the Scabbers situation. Yeah, the students are right. The adults are... No, and Lupin. Lupin's alright. No, it's just Snape and Black. Snape and Black are both clearly wrong in this situation. Surely we can all agree on that. I feel like we can, right? We shall see. We shall see. So just after I said how the students are being the cool heads in the room right now, I'm about to completely contradict that. And so, Snape says to Harry that how Harry should be on bended knee thanking him for saving his life in this situation. And Harry rightly does say that how Lupin had hundreds of occasions where he could have killed or hurt Harry over the last year, and yet he didn't do it. And Snape, with pure prejudice here, says, don't ask me to fathom how a werewolf's mind works. Seeing the human side of a werewolf, I don't know, is the human side of a werewolf called a werewolf as well? It is, isn't it? The human side of a werewolf is a normal person. But Snape is saying that once you get bitten, then it makes you crazed or immoral here. So I do feel like Snape has genuine, actual bias against werewolves, which society as a whole does, because Lupin has not been able to hold down a job since leaving Hogwarts, I presume. As a student, I mean. So yeah, I guess, actually that's a good point. I can't... Snape is basically the norm in this situation. This is what all the teachers would say if they knew all the parents would be saying if they knew that there was a teacher at Hogwarts that was a werewolf. They'd all be like this. They wouldn't be saying, well, maybe he's a nice guy. Not in this society, guys. Lupin hasn't been able to hold down a job, like, anywhere. Even the most compassionate people out there have not been able to, not been willing to employ him. And so Snape is just being the normal. It's bad, but I feel like I see the Wizarding World as being a nicer place too much. I feel like I really do. Snape is being your average person in this situation when it comes to the prejudice against werewolves. So I am going to hold that against him because I think it's horrendous. But I can understand it because it's not just Snape that would be like if, say, McGonagall would probably be the same. Oh, imagine if McGonagall came in this scene, guys, because obviously Lupin would have been underneath her. That would be an interesting conversation. I want to hear more about McGonagall's opinion of Lupin. I actually really would. Oh, I really would. Okay. Maybe I'm being unfair there. Maybe she would be a lot more understanding. But we know that society, not just the majority, but pretty much as a whole, has this opinion of werewolves. Because if not, then Lupin absolutely would have been able to get a job. Maybe not a job that he wanted, but he would be able to pay the bills and, live in a home and everything, you know? So it goes. The thing is that it's hard to put yourself inside a world sometimes. But because of that, we can only go on the information that we've been given. And even Lupin puts himself down and says that he hasn't been able to get a job because of what I am. Not what that person made me. Or what I can be. Or what's inside me, but what I am. Even he's putting, yeah. Oh, man. Guys, I love Lupin so much. I really do as a character. I mean, he's blooming brilliant. Anyway, come on, let's get moving. So here's the bit which I say about where Harry is completely wrong here. Harry then says, "You are pathetic just because they made a fool of you in school." What Black did is not making a fool of Snape. That's much worse, and Harry is purposely, willingly not seeing that side of it. Everyone in this scene is biased. It's very important to remember that, guys. And, if you completely agree with what I've just said, Snape is absolutely being biased as well in this situation as well. There is no one with a clean sheet in this scene. There isn't. In my opinion. You know what? I would say probably Ron is probably the closest that we got to someone who, with a broken leg, is defending the thing that he is known as his pet the vast majority of his life. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I feel like I'm getting a bit too fired up on this one. But yeah, that line about you're pathetic just because they made a fool of you in school. Made a fool of you. Not bullied. Not attempted to get you killed or seriously injured. made a fool of you. Made you a fool. It's victim shaming, guys. Victim blaming, I'm sorry. In my opinion, I do not like this line. Now, obviously, Harry's going through a lot in this scene. So, I can't exactly hold it against him completely as well. But the way he said that is so purposefully limited to the evidence that he has around him. In the same way that Snape is limiting what evidence he is willing to accept as well. What's going on around him. Yeah, so Harry is absolutely wrong when he says that. Especially when you take into consideration the Lily situation. When you take Lily into consideration and what Snape genuinely believed happened. Yes, exactly. So Snape is still thinking what happened with Black is legit. And Harry is showing his willingness to believe. Oh, man. But believe Black, though. But he wouldn't, though, would he? I don't know, guys. Harry is going through a horrendous moment in this scene, so I really can't hold what he says against him too much. You would have died like your father, too arrogant to believe you may be mistaken in Black, which is something that Snape says to Harry, which is horrendous. You can't say that to Harry. That's sort of, bringing up his parents at that point is not cooling situation. Snape is the one with all the power at the moment because he is the one with the wand and the upper hand. And so, yeah, Snape is making everything escalate at this point. And that is when what happens. But it's not just Harry. Harry, Ron, and Hermione apparently accidentally, maybe not, maybe Hermione and Ron saw that Harry was about to do it and so helped him out, maybe, because they're obviously behind him. But Hermione, Ron, and Harry all Expelliarmus Snape at the same time. He goes flying across the wall, across the room, hitting a wall, knocking himself out, and actually bleeding from the head. And immediately after that happens, Black says to them, "You should have left him to me." So that does sound like Black did have a plan of what to do. I'm glad it didn't come to that though, because it would have been even worse. But well, maybe not. It probably wouldn't have been even worse because they know that Snape is alive. At least he's just unconscious. So you should have left him to me. Maybe Black did have a plan to restrain him in some way. So obviously Black is worried about their future. Having done what they do, and we get the bit where, which obviously different now because in the movie it's Harry, you attacked a teacher, but it's Hermione like going, we attacked a teacher, It's amazing. Lupin then says "you boy" to Ron, which seems so out. Why has he got a boy suddenly? He knows Ron. When he's asking him to give Scabbers to him, he says "you boy." I thought I'd write that down because I just thought it was quite funny. It is Lupin who says it as well. I doubled back just to see if it was Black who said it, but no, it is actually Lupin who calls Ron boy. I think it is. You see, I'm probably wrong. Ron is rationalising how Black could have known Scabbers was the rat he was after. Lupin does say that is actually a really good question. Like, how would Black know that? I've got a little note down here saying Lupin is awesome. Because he just is, guys. At this point, he could have said, Ron, enough of that. Come on, rat. But he said, actually, that's a fair point. He's being a brilliant mediator. And after what happened with Snape, he's right back in it. Now that he's unchained and everything, he's right back into being the mediator in this very tense scene. Lupin is freaking awesome in this scene, guys. He really is. And Black says that he saw Scabbers in the Daily Prophet, which I instantly thought, oh my goodness, that is amazing. Because obviously that's why he was asking Fudge for the crosswords, for the paper, so he could do the crosswords and everything. I think he said crosswords. I'm pretty sure he did. And so yeah, he blooming saw Scabbers in the picture of the Weasleys on holiday in Egypt. That is such a neat little bow all tied up, guys. That's blooming wonderful. It really is. And obviously, that's the picture which Ron was showing off at the start of the book. That was awesome. That was a really nice little little bow. Yeah, I think it's really, really nicely done. Lupin looks at it and immediately notices the missing toe, which is pretty obvious that was the thing which would be different. Lupin, like, straight away rationalizes that Pettigrew actually cut his own finger off. I didn't realize that. I always assumed that whatever the explosion was caused that to happen. So, but no, apparently Pettigrew purposely did it to, I guess, to give more realism to the explosion. You'd imagine that Voldemort told him to do it. You can't. I don't think Pettigrew would have done that without being directed to, though. Absolutely not. So we hear about Pettigrew with his wand behind his back and blowing up the street with Muggles and wizard folk as well. I think, as I remember, maybe it was just Muggles and Black, of course. I do say here, what spell is that? Because obviously that's not an unforgivable curse. It can't be, because it can't be an unforgivable curse. But it killed lots of people. Oh no, if it only killed Muggles, then maybe it isn't. Man, a lot of spells would definitely kill Muggles. But that isn't what makes it an unforgivable curse, though. Unforgivable curse is when you kill wizards, isn't it? I think. Oh man, but there have to be other spells that can kill outside of the three, outside of the one. You know, the death curse. So that doesn't seem to be what Pettigrew is using here, but it seems blooming powerful, whatever it is, and he did survive it as well. So, you know, in future fight scenes, why don't they use that more often? Unless it is just Muggles that died in that situation, and wizards can sustain it. Yeah, maybe that's it. Lupin is the one that questions how old Scabbers is. Oh, that's right, because in the movie, it's Black who says 12 years. That's an unusual age for a rat. To Ron, it's actually Lupin who says, "Oh, you realise how old Scabbers is?" And Ron actually gets the chance to reply and says, "It's because we've been taking care of him," which is fair, guys. If I'm sure, domesticated rats must last a heck of a lot longer than rats out in the wild. Crookshanks this whole time has been trying to bring Scabbers to Black, which is something which I did absolutely not see coming at all, guys. This whole time I still thought that he was attacking Pettigrew because he knew something was up. I didn't realise he was actually trying to bring him to Black. So that was something which definitely took me by surprise. We do have a bit of information, guys, and this is going to resurface the Neville conversation just briefly, because I don't want this to be the only conversation that we have in the comments, which it often does become when I say things. But I do feel like it's important. And you know what? Yes, I do often feel like I do go out of my way to defend Neville, but quite frankly, if I was like any of the characters in Harry Potter at this point, or any of the students in Harry Potter, I feel like I would have been like Neville. I absolutely would have done. I definitely did not do well at school, guys. Conditions that I've since learnt that I have definitely restricting my ability to do a lot of things. So I see a lot of, myself in Neville. I really honestly do. And so I do sometimes defend him a lot, but the people who disagree with me with Neville a lot, I feel are doing the same often with Snape. That's just my opinion. So, giving me a lot of leeway and everything, which I do with Neville. And I do feel like we get some important information here, guys. Crookshanks stole the passwords from Neville. Now that's fine. That one thing. Neville would have never expected a normal cat would be interested in the passwords and everything. But this is the other side, the other important bit of information, guys. The passwords were stolen from his bedside table. From his bedside table. Not from him when he was like walking through like the Great Hall or any classrooms or anything like that. The passwords were inside Gryffindor Tower. Now that does make Neville's negligence a significant less bad. It really does, guys. Because of this information, we have absolutely zero reason to believe that that list ever left Gryffindor Tower before now. You can speculate, we can all speculate, that's fine, but we have no evidence that that list left. It was left, Neville left that list on his bedside table when he wasn't there. That to me suggests one thing, guys. He was trying to learn them whilst in bed in the evenings, trying to memorize them, all first thing in the morning, have a quick look, then head on out. Which, in a situation where everyone inside Gryffindor Tower is trustworthy, which is what McGonagall's going on. She believes that everyone inside Gryffindor Tower isn't going to be betraying Harry or anything. The fact that the list was on the bedside table, to me, suggests that Neville did not take it around with him all the time. So that list may never have left Gryffindor Tower until Crookshanks took it. I'm going to just throw that conversation hand grenade into the chat there, and let's move on. Black believes that Scabbers faked his own death by bleeding out on the bed. Yeah, he like says because he's faked his death once, and you know, mutilated himself before, he wouldn't put it past Pettigrew by doing the same, by leaving blood on the bed sheets, which is actually very smart. How Black knew about the blood is quite interesting, because no one mentioned it to him, no. Unless he can actually talk with Crookshanks, which I think that they're kind of suggesting he can. Unless Crookshanks is an animagus, guys. I don't think he is. But I mean, maybe that's part of care for magical creatures. Maybe some creatures you can actually straight up talk to if you learn the way to do it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he brings up the blood on the bed sheets, which is kind of strange. I could be wrong with that though. Black persuaded Lily and James to change Secret Keeper to Pettigrew. I think because Black would be an obvious person to be given it. It would throw the Death Eaters off the scent if they were to give it to Pettigrew, which is a bad decision, guys, because Black would have died before giving up that information. Whereas I think that Black definitely would have known that Pettigrew would have given up that information if pushed to, if you know what I mean. Because later on in this chapter, he like says how Pettigrew would hang around with them because they were bigger and stronger than him. So he definitely has no love or respect for Peter as a human being, even before what happened, in my opinion. And so yeah, it was a bad idea changing to Peter. Sure, it was less likely for the Death Eaters to work it out, but you know, either they did work it out. No, they didn't work it out, because Peter gives the reason saying that they were taking over everything. So obviously he chose to join them because he felt like there was no other option. Sure, but he did choose to join them. It wasn't like he was tortured or anything. That was the word which I was trying to avoid then. But I can absolutely understand how that would cause a world of shame, and how Black says that he essentially did kill Harry's parents because of that decision that was made, and he persuaded Lily and James to change it. When Black arrived at Lily and James's house, he realized what Peter, and it says it like this: what Peter had done, what I had done. Again, it's like what the way that Lupin was referring to himself as what I am. Black does feel responsible for what happened. It reminds me of an episode of Red Dwarf, guys. It really does. I think I've talked about it before, actually. I think it's called Justice. Is it called Justice? There's an episode of Red Dwarf where essentially a character who wasn't responsible for these deaths does still blame himself. He blames himself because of his authority in rank and everything. And so because of that, this computer, which can read guilt and everything, sentences him to thousands of years in prison because in his own mind, he does see like he was responsible. So it's the same thing here. Black does feel like he was responsible for what happened. What I had done. Powerful line, powerful line. So then that is when Ron actually does give Scabbers to Lupin. He does give it to him, whereas in the movie, Black just grabs it out of his hands. Him out of his hands, I should say. It looks like it's going to be an hour for each of these chapters, guys. But I knew that was going to be the case, though, because there's so much to discuss in this chapters. So Pettigrew is revealed. They do the revealing spell. It's not like the action scene where like Scabbers is running across the floor and everything, which is great in the movie. But in the movie, he's just like being held by Lupin, and they do it, and then he just starts to transform. It's actually quite graphic, in fact, the way it describes it in the book. He does look rattish. I do speculate that means that when you learn Animagus, you don't actually choose what form. You just have a natural animal which you are associated with. Because he looks so rattish, you know, in his human form. I mean, a rat is actually a pretty good creature to turn into. It doesn't sound like it, guys, but it really is. You know, infiltration and stuff like that. But and obviously with the Whomping Willow and everything. But I think it is much like a Patronus, where it is based on who you are rather than what you choose. Much like the houses as well. Black goes to raise his wand, but Lupin stops him. Lupin is bossing this scene I've got down here. And he says to Pettigrew, "We've been having a little chat, Peter, about the night that Lily and James died." He just sounds so casual. If this scene was more like this, I reckon that Black would have felt like a secondary character at the end of the movie. So I'm very interested to see what the next chapters, when Lupin isn't there with them, what they're going to be like. Because right now, Lupin is absolutely the main marauder. But as soon as this scene starts in the movie, Black is now the main marauder. In the story I'm talking about, you know. But Lupin's just outrageous in this scene. He really is. Black does say Voldemort, which makes a lot of sense. He will actually verbalise it, whereas Pettigrew won't. Pettigrew has actually been hiding from Death Eaters. That's why he won't transform. He believes... Well, no, apparently there are a lot of Death Eaters that blame Pettigrew for what happened to Voldemort, and actually I believe they think that he set Voldemort up. And so Pettigrew has clowns to the left and jokers to the right. Yeah, he basically... But both sides absolutely despise him at this point in the story. So yeah, the Death Eaters actually think that he was responsible for what happened to Voldemort, which gives him absolutely no way out. Hence why he's always stayed as a rat. Which I think I've speculated previously. Maybe that it's a spell that's been put on him, forcing him to stay in that until someone reveals him. And then he's able to change back and forth again. The reason why I thought that is because I couldn't rationalise why he wouldn't turn back in certain situations. Yeah. I mean, he should have just gone abroad. A long, long, long way away. Because all the stuff that happens in Britain stays in Britain with Harry Potter, doesn't it? Now, I'd imagine that Death Eaters probably do have branches all around the world. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe not. I guess that's the curse of having something which is based in just one city. Sorry, one city. One island, I should say, not one country, because it is a couple of countries. But on one island is that, and it being earth-shattering and like world-ending sort of importance, it does make me question, you know, there must be Death Eaters all around the world then, surely. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Anyway. That's why I always find it fascinating hearing about other countries in these stories. Why did he join the Weasley family? Yes, now I reckon that must be explained. Why it will be explained, I mean. Why Pettigrew chose the Weasley family. I guess it does make sense because Arthur is in the Ministry. And so if the Death Eaters ever turned up to get Peter, he could like say, "Hi, I'm Peter Pettigrew, they're the bad guys, please save me." Maybe that's it, I'm not sure. Or maybe it's to spy on them, I'm really not sure. But it just so happens that their youngest son befriends Harry Potter. It's quite a coincidence when you think about it. That really is a big coincidence. Imagine, because Scabbers must have recognised Harry when he walked through the door, possibly because of the scar. Yeah. The rat didn't freak out when Harry first got into the carriage. That would have been amazing. I actually know when they first went through the wall, of course. Yeah. Black says how Pettigrew would hang out with Lupin and James and him because they were stronger than him. Like I say, again, Black does seem like an unpleasant person here, and maybe that's true, but it's a weird thing to say, though, you know? And it also makes Pettigrew's character extremely basic as well, in my opinion. But, yeah, it's all opinionated, though. Everything that's been said in this scene has been a bias. Hermione questions why Pettigrew didn't attack Harry, and Black's answer to that is that that Pettigrew's, sense is that he would never do anything. He would wait for Voldemort to be back as the biggest bully in school, I think it actually words it, which is ironic coming from Black. Am I unfair in calling Black a bully? I don't know, guys. We shall see when we hear more stories of the Marauders and Snape, quite frankly. But yes, like saying that Pettigrew only ever thinks what's going to be best for him, and so he wouldn't he wouldn't be a hero for Voldemort. He would wait until Voldemort's back in control and then do something to get him back in Voldemort's good books, I guess is what he's saying. Which I guess could be the truth. Black knowing he was innocent was a memory that Dementors couldn't devour. Yeah, that's really cool. So Black's talking about his time in Azkaban. And because it's a negative memory, the fact that he's innocent, the Dementors couldn't touch it, and so because of that, he could actually stay more sane. And also because he could change into a dog, the Dementors can't really read animal thoughts as well as humans. They're a bit hazy, and so because of that, he was able to keep himself more himself because the Dementors couldn't get to him. I do have a note here saying, do Dementors actually run Azkaban? Because I assumed that they were jailers and everything, and then you had the Dementors being like the force field keeping them in to an extent. But going on this, they do bloomin' admin at Azkaban, guys. Apparently that the Dementors bring the prisoners their food. Which is, one, an image which I cannot imagine. But two, absolutely not what I expected to be the case, guys. I thought they would be jailers. And the Dementors who just go around, eating up happy thoughts and everything. Which I think I got the wrong way around last time. I'm sorry, guys. I say a lot of waffle in these videos. And so, yeah, that was quite bizarre. Now, this is Lupin's... Not Lupin. This is Black's escape. He turns into a dog when they come to bring him food and just walks past them. Now, they're blind Dementors, sure. I'm a little bit confused, guys. I swear at one point in these chapters it said how learning to be an animagus is illegal. Which means it must be something that is known to be possible, which means that the Ministry would know it's possible, which means anyone who's learnt to be an animagus who's sent to Azkaban could easily escape. And it is easy. I expected some massive twist or everything, but he basically just walks out the door. It does say that he was so thin as a dog that he could go between the bars, which is brutal. But yeah, he just walks out, goes for a nice swim. Says that when he gets back to the main line, he travelled north, which means that Azkaban must be somewhere off the English or Welsh coast, or southern Scotland, I guess you could say. But yeah, I don't know if it's ever been determined where Azkaban actually is on the map. Probably not. It's probably like the Bermuda Triangle sort of. It's probably like a Bermuda Triangle sort of thing, I should say. But it couldn't be too far away because Black, as a dog, was able to swim back to shore, which is pretty blooming impressive. Doggy paddle, of course. Yeah, I do question the... I swear at one point it said that learning Animagus is illegal. If that is the case, then it must be known that it is possible, in which case Azkaban need to up their game. Even if they don't up their game, guys, does that mean that no one who is an... So if, like, McGonagall turned rogue, which I can't imagine, but if she did, she wouldn't go to Azkaban, would she? Because they'd know that she'd be able to escape. Just walk out the door. Don't turn around now, you're not welcome anymore. So the Dementors. Yeah. I feel like I missed something here, guys. Please do fill me in. So, blah, 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 blah. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. So nearly we'll be starting the book club soon. Says the first time I left the forest was to watch the Quidditch match. Now this is odd. So he immediately went north and went into the forest in Scotland. And it says the first time he left the forest was for the Quidditch match. What about Privet Drive? Was that actually not Black that Harry saw? Because why has he not mentioned that? He didn't say he went to Privet Drive where he knew that Harry lived, saw you, and then headed north. He skips over the fact that him and Harry had actually seen each other already. Maybe he's just trying to cut to the chase, but it did seem a little bit odd that he missed out that part of it. But he did attend the Quidditch match straight up to just watch Harry play, because he played like his father, which is quite nice. So no big storm thing, which I incorrectly said happened in the book, guys. I'm sorry. I do make mistakes in these book reviews, as you all know. Says I would have died before betraying them to Harry, not like in the movie, which is a great moment. Yeah. So in the movie, he says to Pettigrew, and I'm pretty sure it does happen in the book as well, where Peter says, "What would have you done?" And Gary Oldman, Gary Oldman? That is right, isn't it? Yes. Acting his socks off, just screams, "I would have died!" Like, he's just a complete nutcase. But he actually says to Harry, "I would have died before betraying them," which does beg the question why they switched. The secret thing, you know. Just because it's more obvious doesn't mean that, it's a bad idea. You want to give it to someone whose will is going to be, be unbreakable. And the way that Black talks about Pettigrew, about him, wanting to be with the stronger kids, suggests that Black absolutely knew that if push came to shove, Pettigrew would have given him up. I feel like we're not going to get more on that rationale, But maybe Pettigrew convinced Black to change, and then Black convinced Lily and James to change it. But still, if you've got someone who will never, ever give up the information, that's who you want it to be on. It's not about keeping who that person is secret. It's about choosing someone who's going to be loyal. Man. Lupin and Black both go to kill Pettigrew. Again, I do speculate what spell it was going to be. Is it going to be an unforgivable curse? And the fact that Lupin says we'll do it together is weird, because right now, Lupin isn't a criminal. No, Lupin isn't a criminal. Presumably, the Ministry knows about his werewolfness. They must do. So Lupin choosing violence here makes more sense in the movie because the scene is so just high energy. But Lupin is so chilled in the book. I'm surprised he actually agrees to it. I actually am. The pleading by Pettigrew is very accurate. He goes to each and every one of them, including Hermione, which I can't remember if he does that in the movie. But like says, "Oh, little girl," and he does it with Ron. He says, "I was your rat," and Ron in the book is like saying, "You slept in my bed," and stuff like that. Ron's great in this scene. He was definitely hard done by in the movie. Sorry. Harry stops Lupin and Black from killing Pettigrew. There is a really nice bit in the movie where Lupin, like, really reluctant, like, says, "Harry, this man, I can't act." He's a fantastic actor, but the way he like says, he's just like, "Yeah, I know what we're doing is messed up, but you don't understand the." But then Harry cuts him off. It's a really beautifully done bit. And he says that he wants Pettigrew to be taken to the castle. And this is crucial, guys. He says, "Let the Dementors take him to Azkaban." Now, I swear, guys, having watched the movie, I thought that when Harry says, "No, then the Dementors can have you," I thought he meant for Pettigrew to die, although not technically die, but be kissed. That was my interpretation of the movie. But in the book, he does specifically say that the Dementors can take him to Azkaban. It's very different, and you know what? I like that much more. I like Harry book Harry more than I like movie Harry in that moment. I thought that was great. I do feel like the movie scene made me think that he was after Pettigrew's life, but I could be wrong. I've literally got "I could be wrong" in my notes. "You are the only person that has the right to decide, Harry," Black says. Beautiful line. Beautiful line, and that should have been in the movie. They could have added that in. That is a very, very sweet line. Lupin suggests that they don't revive Snape, which is probably a good idea at this point, because Snape was getting pretty edgy. He really was. Yeah. Even with the information that he knew, he was getting a bit much. And Black certainly wasn't helping the situation. Harry wasn't helping the situation. They use a spell to carry him back, and Lupin tucks the cloak away himself, so he doesn't give it back to Harry, which is very interesting. But that is my notes. Excellent chapters, guys. I'm hoping I didn't seem too down and angry in this one. Very often, very often, I will change my opinions whilst talking to you guys. Not even reading your comments. I do often when reading your comments as well. But what I mean is, when I'm going through my notes, when I get to a note and really open up and start to actually verbalize it, my mind will be changed during it. So I really hope you don't think I was giving anyone too much of a hard time. Black does seem like a more unpleasant person in the books than in the movies. You know what? There's that line in the movie where he like says, "Oh, why don't you go and play with your chemistry set?" Which is very condescending to Snape. It feels well beyond that in book Black. I don't think book Black would say that. You know, movie Black is just like mocking Snape's obsession with potions and everything, whereas book Black seems like that their hatred for each other is well beyond just snarky comments like that. I worry that I've misunderstood the situation with the Whomping Willow. I do. I reckon I've missed something, guys. I reckon that you guys are going to let me know in the comments, and I'll thank you for that. And I'm sorry if it's been too much of a struggle listening to me not understanding it. But from where I'm standing, what Black did was messed up. And it sure as hell was not a joke that Snape thought James was in on. And I'm so sorry to Hermione, but even Harry saying that is a bad, purposefully bad take, in my opinion. I was going to say something really bad then. Okay, let's change it back. So let's take some purposely good takes over in the book club. I nearly said the wrong thing then. Okay, so welcome everyone to the book club. By the way, this is my one with the lovely paw prints there. Very, very happy with that. This is the book club, guys. This is what is over on the Patreon where you can be a part of and leave your comments for these videos. I put clothes on there now, which I should really start doing at the start when I go through them, as this part is now complete. But you can be a part of the next time in a couple of days, and so if you want to be a part of it, go and check out the Patreon if you so wish. We're actually starting off with Max and Jonas. Max of the descriptions and Jonas of the sideboard fame. So yes, I got my hot chocolate again. As always, it is now a necessity. It's Galaxy. I don't know if Galaxy chocolate is outside the UK, guys, but they do a vegan hot chocolate, which is very nice. You're meant to put just water in it, but I put hot almond milk, which is very nice. So we shall start that now. As of a few book clubs ago, I've decided to start relaxing whilst doing the book clubs, and so whereas before I used to try and get through the comments as quickly as possible to try and shorten the video, I've just accepted now that the videos are going to be long, which apparently you guys like, so I'm happy with that. So, what if you had to do a spell like this? Because it's not... The wand isn't that specific to the spell, is it? You know what I mean? So, that would be the same, I'd imagine. Anyway, maybe it'll happen one day. So, yes, like I say, we're going to be starting off with Max. So, Max... And there are a lot of comments to get through, guys, but it's mostly in the replies, I'm pretty sure, when it comes... It says like 236. That's not how many comments we're going to go through. A lot of them are in the replies, believe me. So, Max says, the Marauder's story is one of the things most fans of the books agree with. The number is the one thing left out of the book. Absolutely an amazing piece of backstory. This is... another one of the favourite chapters in the entire series, Chef Kiss. They are blooming wonderful. Yeah, it's just so good. And like I say, I still love the movie scene, but Lupin is the focus of the scene in the book. He really is, guys. He's who everyone is talking about, incredibly, which is never something which I would have thought coming. The fact that James is an animagus, I still can't get my head around, guys. So that is such a big bit of information. I wonder if that means that Lily's Patronus became a doe when she fell in love with him, because presumably she wouldn't have used it up to that point, and Snape's became that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm still not sure how that would work. But yeah, I don't even know if James's Patronus was a stag. I feel like it's mentioned at some point that it is, but maybe it isn't. Thank you very much for your comment, Max, and of course your lovely wonderful summaries. Jonas, I'm so excited for these chapters. Everything makes so much more sense to me in the books. As I mentioned in my comment during the previous book club, I know that many other points will be brought up by other people, but the thing that stood out to me was the explanation of the Whomping Willow. I mean, why it was planted at all on the school grounds. Yeah, I didn't see that. I thought that I would learn more information about the Whomping Willow. I didn't realise I'd actually learn the actual reason for it, and the fact that reason being so tightly connected to one of my favourite characters. I genuinely hope that this might take a bit less than 5 hours. I mean, it must be really exhausting, but I can imagine that you might love to talk about this stuff for a long time, and I would love to listen for a long time too. As always, I can't wait to hear your thoughts, and I hope you're doing well, Veggie. Thank you so much, Jonas. And thank you very much for your side panels. I appreciate that, Jonas. When I get done with a book club video, book review video, it feels like I've ran a marathon, you know what I mean? But while doing it, it's fine. I think that towards the end, when I'm starting to get quite tired and everything, it does start to get a bit exhausting. But at the same time, I want to give each and every one of your comments a good chance to be read and discussed. And so I it's my favourite part of doing this. It really is reading all your comments. So thank you very much. When it comes to the 5 hours, I say this every single time, but I don't think it's going to be 5 hours because I just clocked the time, and I think that we should just be just over 2 hours at this point. I mean, you can tell me right now. The time would be there, wouldn't it? Oh, you got over there. Over there. But the book clubs tend to take me 2 hours to get through, so I feel like we'll probably be close to around 2.5 hours, I reckon. That's my prediction, he says. Thank you very much, Jonas. Much appreciated. Frenchy G! I also think the exclusion of Chapter 18 and the explanation of Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs is the biggest omission from the films. Biggest. This is very interesting. So, we had... So earlier on in the book, Frenchy, we had Ron defending Hermione in the Defense Against Dark Arts class against Snape. And that infuriating some people in the movie where he didn't do that. He actually ends up kind of jokingly agreeing with Snape. And now this. It's so weird, Frenchie, because it didn't ruin the story in any way. But when I learned, like I say, when I learned it, when I was listening to the audiobooks, at that point I stopped it and went to Twitter and said, how was this not in the movie? Because it adds so much depth to the Marauders. I feel like I've learned more about the Marauders in these last 2 chapters than I had done while watching the entire movie series. Which, to be fair, is probably definitely the case. Probably, I'd say that like it's profound. It probably just is the case, isn't it? Yeah. Did I actually finish your comment? These chapters set... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't finish it. So these chapters set up why Sirius and Lupin are such an important part of Harry's life. Sirius, sorry. Why Harry's Patronus is a stag, and why Snape has such a hatred for this group of boys. Absolutely. Well, I assumed that Harry's Patronus was a stag just because his dad was, and they're similar personalities. That's what I've always assumed. That's why I thought, oh, how did I not notice that? There's a little head on the end of it. God, it's like a bear. Yeah, I think it's a bear. How did I not notice that? I'm so sorry, Dara, if you're watching. I didn't notice the head on the end of it. Amazing. Yeah. I'm second guessing if James ever even used a Patronus. I think it's a crucial part of understanding the rest of the story. I hope so, Frenchie, and I'm hoping for more. I'm glad that we're now past that, because now more than ever, and I've said it many times, that I would love there to be a TV series of the Marauders. You know, done fairly, you know. I don't mean with Snape being the ultimate villain, and I certainly don't mean Snape being the ultimate good guy either. I want it to be fair, you know. I guess you could say you could focus it around Lily, but then I guess you could argue that Lily's decision making is... Oh man, I cannot wait to hear more about Lily. I shouldn't do that, it's very bad manners. I think it is, I'm not sure. Sorry, yeah. Frenchie, great comment. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Yeah, it certainly did change how I saw so many of the characters. Digo! Something that I didn't think about when I read the book as a kid, but that I've come to realise in recent rereads. This is interesting. The prank Sirius played on Snape was actually an incredible betrayal of trust towards Lupin. I mean, imagine if Lupin had a life with the fact that... had to live with the fact that he killed Snape because Sirius had pulled a prank on him. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, was Lupin changed at that point? Hang on, have I got completely the wrong end of the stick? So what you're saying, Diego, is that Sirius may have actually told Snape how to actually get inside the Whomping Willow, and then him going in and then getting killed by Lupin. That sure ain't no prank, is it? Jeez. Yeah, Lupin wouldn't have been able to live with himself. He's already still so down himself as it is. Oh man, I hope I haven't just got the wrong end of the stick whilst covering these chapters, but that's very interesting, Diego. I assumed it was because the Whomping Willow was going to wreck him. So, nowadays, I'm actually surprised that Lupin could forgive him for that. Though I don't think it's unrealistic or anything, since I was perfectly ready to look past Sirius' attempted murder of Snape myself when I read those books for the first time. It was about the age the characters were in the... Well, that's a very good point, Diego. Diego, that is a great comment. You know what? That is a great comment, because you're basically given two opinions, but from the same person, based on your age and experiences. Very interesting. Yeah. But yeah, if Snape had gotten into where Lupin was whilst Lupin was changed, which would have meant it was during the night. I feel like I've missed a lot of context around that moment when James saved Snape. Risked his own life. Yeah, pulled him back. Yeah, great comment, Diego. Great to hear your two perspectives, seriously. Marianne! Hi, Veggie! Chapter 18 made me desperate for the Marauders story, with Lupin being the main character. Absolutely! The story of his childhood and how Dumbledore was determined to give him a chance at a normal school life is so interesting and tragic to me. Lupin should be the main character of the Marauders story. They wouldn't do that, would they? Considering what they did to Lupin in the movies, I would love there to be a Marauders story where Lupin is the main character. And him having to deal with the morality of what Sirius did in the previous comment. Yeah, absolutely. Lupin has always been my favourite character, and I would love to see his story from being a newly bitten werewolf at 5 years old to an adult who lost everything and trying to be accepted into magic community. I would watch that TV show in a heartbeat. Marianne, you just copied what I just said. That's amazing. That's exactly, we agree with each other. That was perfect. That was absolutely perfect. Yeah, that would be a great... Lupin should be the main character of the Marauders story. The only problem with it is that Lily would probably end up being a secondary character then. You know what boys are like, guys. Yeah. I'm not sure. No, that's probably unfair. But my only issue with it starring Snape would be it would either be him being evil or, you know, not to blame at all. My only issue with it being James is that he would either be, you know, God's gift to the galaxy or an absolute Machiavellian swine, you know. Whereas Lupin, you're able to do both then if you have the main character being Lupin. And him struggling with the morality of what the Marauders are doing, you know, against Snape, but also for him. It's an incredible amount that they're doing for him. Great comment. Thank you very much. Sandra. Oh, that's hot. Sandra. Hi, Veggie. It always frustrates me that when Scabbers is revealed as Pettigrew, no one casts Petrificus Totalis muscle freeze spell on him. Sirius says he'd better not Scarper by turning back into a rat when Pettigrew is bound. Yeah, he does say that. PP, good name, is such a complete idiot. I bet he hadn't even thought of using his animagus power to escape. Of course, the servant of Voldemort who escaped from the must escape for the Harry Potter series to continue, but it still annoys me. So you reckon that Pettigrew thought, escape, you say, Sirius? That's amazing that you actually thought of it. Movie-wise, I can forgive it more. Because the scene is like, duh, 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 duh. It's so intense. And so they're thinking, okay, let's now get back to Hogwarts without completely covering all their... And also because they're in Hogwarts, so they're not going to think the Death Eaters are going to come along. That they have forgotten that Lupin hasn't taken his potion. Which, quite frankly, Lupin being as amazing as he is in this, is a bit of a schoolboy error at this point. Because this scene must have... This scene in the book must have gone on for at least 20 minutes in real time, right? So what would have ideally happened was like saying, okay, you got him bound. I'm going to run as fast as my legs will take me back to Hogwarts to get the potion. And I'll meet you back in a second. That's why Black turns into the bloomin' dog with the werewolf attacking, doesn't he? Oh, man, that's kind of sweet. Okay, come on. I absolutely love that the Weasleys' lottery win is the way Sirius knew about where Pettigrew was. That's amazing, isn't it? It makes the waste of money Egypt holiday pay off so much. It really does. If they did, everyone was criticising the Weasleys. Well, not everyone. I'm sorry. Some people were questioning the Weasleys' decision making to go on holiday when they're so strapped for cash a lot of the time. Well, the Wizarding world would be destroyed. Well, it'd be in charge, I guess would probably be the better way of putting it, if it wasn't for that. So, yeah. Good on the Weasleys' frivolous. I do feel like, though, to a family that size, having a holiday where they're all together is so important, though. So I do feel like they would be able to argue a case for it. Especially considering they just saved the galaxy whilst doing it. So, Sirius says... Actually, that's a good one. Well, pig farts. Are people who go to pig farts human exclusively, or are they Martian wizards? Let's move on. Sirius says he's at Hogwarts in his sleep after he read the Prophet article where it says where the 5 young children attend. To have such an important payoff is so good. Have a great day from Bristol. Not very far at all from me. Sandra, thank you so much for a great comment. I drove through Bristol last year, I think. No, I didn't. I was off to Cardiff. Yeah, I think I went via Gloucestershire and then across the bridge. So I think that is technically Bristol, isn't it? Not sure. Either way, great comments. And yes, that just fit so well. The explanation of the newspaper. That was a really nice. That felt good when that was explained. Thank you so much for your great comment, Sandra. I thought you said. I'm sorry. I thought it said Sarah for a second. Dara, thank you very much for the one. Controversial opinion incoming. And a chunky one at that, it looks like, as well. Chapter 18 is one of the reasons why I'm, A, not a fan of the Marauders per se, group bullies, and playing dangerous pranks on fellow students. Again, prank is a strange... I don't see it as a prank. B, Sirius, for me, is just what people used to call Snape, a bully. And Arthur Pettigrew, my least favourite Marauder. Oh, and after Pettigrew, my least favourite Marauder. To be honest, the only Marauder I like is Lupin. I still think he was irresponsible, but I like him. Lupin is going through a lot, and from his standpoint, if he loses his friends, he will literally have nothing forever, for his entire life. Because you look at what he's like now, until getting the job at Hogwarts. He should absolutely be the main character of the TV series, guys. And yes, I can hear the screams. Don't care actually. Lupin states that James and Snape had a disliking toward each other. We know why. But I always wondered why Sirius also had that disliking. Also had that disliking. But as being someone who was bullied at an all-girls school, yes, boarding school, I'm not okay with what was done for whatever reason to Snape. The prank, in inverted commas, Sirius tried to pull, for me, that is no prank but a murder attempt. I think that's a fair argument. And even when I think Lupin says he shouldn't have done that or something like that, and Black says who cares, he deserved it or something, you know. Black seems like more of a prick in the book than he does in the movie, guys. He really does. He seems more insane in the movie, in this scene, I should say. I'm sorry. If you have friends like this, you do not need. Don't need enemies. I know what you mean. Yeah. James' reaction sets him apart because he stopped the prank. Lupin did. Yeah. I want to see. I want to hear more about this scene, and if I can't hear more, I want to see it because there's so many visual things that I want to understand of the situation, where it happened, what time it was, who was actually there when it happened. Was James alone? Did he just happen to be passing? Was Black there rubbing his hands while Snape was walking towards either the tree or Lupin? Again, guys, I worried that I've got the wrong end of the stick here. That's not a tree pun or a wand pun. Lupin had no fault in it. That's very true. Since we already know that being transformed, he can do nothing but attack, sort of. So it was so he was being led to him then, to Lupin then. That makes Black much worse because it's also confirming Snape's suspicions of Lupin. I'm going to read through these guys, but if I've got this on the wrong end of the stick, I thought the prank was that Snape would get smacked around by the tree. I did. I didn't think that Black was going to feed him to Lupin. If that's what... I'm really worried that I got the wrong end of the stick, guys. I'm so sorry. I am, guys. I know that you guys say it's fine to make mistakes and everything, but I do want to do my best when it comes to these videos. And honestly, and also I should say, Dara, so sorry to hear about your experiences at school. That is horrible. And honestly, do not even get me started on Dumbledore. Dumbledore. A responsible headmaster would have made sure Sirius got expelled for that and would not force the victim to never speak about it. Well, is that what happened? If that's information that's covered in the future chapters, I have no idea. But I haven't heard that Snape was sworn to secrecy. It makes sense. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I haven't heard that yet, Dara, so I can't really comment on that. If it is or speculative, I'm not sure. Is it a wonder Snape hates every single one of this group? Does he hate Pettigrew? You'd imagine he does. He did not know until that night that it was Sirius who was trying hard to get him killed. am not okay with Snape wanting to put both Sirius and Remus into Azkaban. He's not trying. But I get why he hates them. Okay, he's not trying to. Okay, this is my interpretation of what we just heard. From the chapters, I should say. Maybe he is trying to get him back to Azkaban, but he sure as hell doesn't say that. He essentially says that we can get the Dementors here and get you kissed now. Maybe there's a kiss in it for Lupin as well. Is that him just being wordy? Sorry for the long rant. That's okay, Dara. No, I do appreciate it, and I do want to hear these opinions, as long as the discourse that goes on underneath them. Because I never read the replies, guys. But as long as the replies are being respectful and everything, I want you guys to be able to open up about this. I'm so sorry for your experience at school, Dara. Yeah, and I worry that I feel like I've misunderstood what the trick was. I don't see it as a prank. I don't see it as a joke. It seems so much worse to me than that. Anyway, let's move on. Thank you so much for your comment, Dara. Rebecca. Hi, Veggie. I know you're aware of the argument that anyone who likes Snape has been blinded by Alan Rickman's portrayal of him. While I personally find the argument insulting, that's fair, I think similar logic could be applied to Sirius Black and Gary Oldman. This was touched upon in the last book club. After all, Gary Oldman's portrayal of Black is so heartfelt and charming, you can't help but love him. He makes it so easy to find what we learn about Sirius in it makes it so easy to forget what we learn about Sirius in the books. I will say this, Rebecca, I cannot imagine movie Sirius doing what he did to Snape. Not that we see much of him, quite frankly. And again, Gary Oldman is one of these actors where you are just going to love his character regardless. Absolutely. In these chapters, we find out so much that makes me incredibly angry at Sirius. I find... I feel so bad for Snape. Sirius was willing to commit murder when he was just 16, and nearly 20 years later, he still believes Sirius deserved to die. I can't argue with that. Why? Because he had the audacity to question the Marauders and dared to poke his nose into their business. I think Sirius would argue. And I'm not agreeing with this, Rebecca. I think that Sirius would argue that Snape was going to destroy Lupin's life. Forever. Now, sure, granted, it became destroyed anyway. But Lupin was being given a chance which 99% of the Wizarding world would not think he deserved. Because he was bit. And so... I get the feeling that we're meant to see Sirius as being, like, ridiculously loyal to a fault. And I mean fault. And I think that if you are to ask him in person, he would argue that he was doing it because Lupin's life was about to be made even more of a living hell than... Lupin's one chance at feeling normal was going to be taken away from him. I don't agree with that. I don't feel that warrants what he attempted to do at all. But I feel like that's what he would say. Back to your comment. That Sirius sees nothing wrong with this totally disgusts me. Can you imagine how Lupin would have felt after returning to human form and finding out he'd killed someone? Oh my goodness, I've completely got the wrong end of the stick here, guys. I'm going to have to put a blooming comment at the start of this video. I really am. I'm sorry. I thought it was the tree that Black was tricking him with, not actually Lupin. That's perverse, quite frankly. I'm not going to say perverse. That's ridiculous. It's certainly worse, is what I meant. And him saying to Lupin in this chapter, who cares if it had? To Lupin, the person who would have done it. Wow. My goodness, my goodness. All because Sirius thought it would be funny. I don't think he did think it's funny. Was it meant to be funny? I don't know, guys. Now that I understand what the prank actually was, I feel like a bloomin' idiot. I really do. I'm sorry for getting the wrong on the stick. Don't get me wrong. I wish Snape had got a hold of him long enough to listen to Lupin and Sirius explain about Peter. Absolutely. But I understand why he'd have difficulty seeing Sirius as innocent or incapable of betrayal and murder to everything Sirius had put him through. It must be awful for Sirius. Snape, I should say. I'm going to say Snape because if not, I'm just going to make it sound exactly the same. I do feel like Snape was a bit nuts in this scene. I do. I feel like he was enjoying himself a bit much, you know? That's my interpretation, but forced to cover up the fact that someone literally tried to kill him and watch those responsible carry on with their lives as though nothing happened. It's pretty clear that the Marauders never face any consequences for this, or I presume so. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Brilliant comment, and I do agree with a large chunk of it. I think that there are other ways of seeing certain parts of it, but brilliant comment all the same. I'm so sorry about getting the whole... I don't even like calling it prank. The trick wrong, guys. I may have to interject something at the start of the video saying, by the way, I get this wrong, but it all gets cleared up by the end. Because I don't want all your comments to just be correcting me, you know. I want you to be able to, you know, enjoy the book club without having to say, hey, Veggie, this is completely wrong, you know. What I'm saying is you're perfectly okay to do that. It's not because I don't want to see those comments. What I'm saying is I don't want you to feel the need to be doing that. I now know that I was completely wrong. So thank you very much. However, Dara and Rebecca already summarised up perfectly my thoughts on the incident that nearly cost Snape, I should say, his life when he was 16. It was a murder attempt, not a prank. Yeah, and Harry saying it was not the joke. The use of that word is insane now I think about it. A prank is only a prank if the target finds it funny as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think I understand that. I'm not sure if I don't think the word is exclusive to that, but I do see that. It's meant to be harmless. It's certainly meant to be harmless. That's clearly not the case here. Remember when Harry was having tea with Lupin and Snape came in and brought the potion? This is how he was described in the scene. He backed out of the room, unsmiling and watchful. Chapter 8. Snape is the bravest man Harry ever knew. Harry's words, not mine. Very true. And yet, when he's near Lupin, he's watchful and makes sure not to turn his back on him. The trauma manifesting. I mean, that's... Yeah, because he's not backing out because he thinks that Lupin's going to turn into a werewolf. He's turning... Oh, God. Yeah, he's walking backwards because he just mistrusts him as a human being. Not that he sees him as a human being. I mean, Snape doesn't. He is one of the masses who sees... Clearly, in my opinion, sees werewolves as a bad thing even before any of this happened. Yeah. And yet, when Snape learned that Black is hiding in the Shrieking Shack, he doesn't hesitate. He doesn't waste any time and immediately sets off to the place where he almost died. School is in danger. Students are in danger. That's all that matters to him. I'm going to pause you there, Howard. That isn't all that matters to him. vengeance is so sweet. I dreamed that. Oh, how I wished I would be the one to get to catch you. There is absolutely. There is revenge because he says vengeance is sweet, but also there is the idea of him wanting to catch Black. Granted, you're not wrong. He is thinking about the students and the date and the school, but he is definitely thinking of vengeance, and he is definitely thinking about being the person to stop Black. In my opinion, that is there in the words. He's indeed the bravest character in the series. I can't argue with that. I think he's brilliant. Yeah. Obviously, I need to get through the books and everything, but I can't agree with that at this point. As for Black, if he wants to convince people he's not a deranged murderer, he shouldn't laugh about his past murder attempts and claim it served the victim right. He did do that. As for Lupin, if he wants to give Snape, get Snape on board, he really shouldn't have diminished his near-death experience and resulting trauma as schoolboy grudge. I completely agree with that, and I did bring that up. I do feel like that is the one time during this entire scene where Lupin loses the disappointed teacher act, which just works beautifully throughout the rest of the scene. What an awful thing to say. I don't blame Snape for losing it. PTSD is no joke. When there's kids around, he should not be losing it. And I completely understand what you mean about PTSD as well, but when there's children's lives involved, as in his position, and as you said, when the school's in danger, when the student's in danger, that's all that matters to him. At that point, he should be able to keep a level head. But Lupin shouldn't have said what he said. Brilliant comment, however. I feel so stupid about getting what the prank actually was about, guys. No, I'm sorry. That's the last time I'm going to apologise, because I do apologise way too much. Will, where should I even begin with? Where should I even begin with? Let's just begin with Peter Pettigrew. I believe that he is one of the most hated characters in Harry Potter, and for good reason, but oh my god, is he so interesting. People underestimate how smart and talented Peter is. He is an animagus. That should be enough proof. That is true. That is absolutely true. And the fact that he's willing to do that. I worry that the book would suggest that he's doing it just so he can stay close to James and Black, but I don't think that is the case. I feel like he did see Lupin as a friend and wanted to help it. I hope that's the case. I know I need to read more of the book, don't I? Yes, he did need all the help he could get, but in the end, how much could James and Black really do for him? He became an animagus successfully, and that is on him. He also gave Voldemort information for a year before Voldemort killed Lily and James. Peter was a Death Eater, and he kept that secret for a year. That is impressive. Yeah, it's darkly impressive, but yeah. He is a very vile man, but there is no denying how smart and cunning he was. Cunning, definitely. As a fox. And let's not forget that he was the one who killed the 12 Muggles instead of Sirius. It was Muggles, okay. Peter is not a bad... Peter is not a bad wizard. It depends what you mean by bad. Peter is not a bad wizard. He is not useless, just just a little pathetic. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, so this is like in... I don't know if you've seen Crimes of Grindelwald. But there is a moment where an ex-student says to Dumbledore... did you think me a bad student? And Dumbledore says, no, I thought you were brilliant. And the person replies, I said bad, not stupid. So I think that's kind of what you meant here when you said a bad wizard. He's a talented wizard. He's just a bad person. I feel like that's a fair comment. And he is for sure one of the best Death Eaters Voldemort could have. Wow. I mean, with his ties to the pot and everything, I guess you could argue that, yeah. I mean, I need to learn more about the Death Eaters. It's very interesting that Death Eaters will accept a werewolf. Or is he not? Is he a werewolf? Oh, I'm not sure. Not him. The werewolf guy, the guy who bit Lupin apparently. Is he a werewolf? As if so, then Death Eaters are more accepting than other wizarding folk, of certain people, of course. And yes, let's talk about Sirius's prank. As I have said, Sirius is my favourite character in the whole series, but how stupid and hateful can a person be to try and get someone else killed? He doesn't even seem to regret it. No, he absolutely doesn't. Come on, Sirius, you're better than this. I'm very interested to hear your thoughts about Peter, Veggie. Brilliant comment, Will. Yeah. I agree. I feel like it's going back to the whole slithering thing now. I know that Peter isn't slithering, but it's a fair comparison where whenever we hear about slitherings, apart from Draco, they're always stupid, in Harry's opinion, unattractive, often with body weight issues. There's never anything redeeming about them, and I get that. And during Peter Pettigrew's description as he became himself once more, I was definitely getting vibes of that again. McGonagall hated Pettigrew, didn't she? The way that she talked about him. So I think it's definitely a lot more interesting to see the fact that Pettigrew would have actually had to have been very smart himself. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Great comment, Will. Lisette. I always worry that I say her name wrong. Hi, Veggie. This is my second favourite book in the series, and these chapters are largely why. I just love complex characters. Exactly, complex characters. That is the thing, guys. If anyone's coming in here in a comment and says this guy is in the right, this guy's in the wrong, I do feel like they are being biased, like willfully biased, which is what this scene is all about. Everyone's being willfully biased. That's why Lupin's saying just because of a childhood rivalry or whatever he said. And you know how much I love Lupin. I find it really telling how Lupin speaks about Sirius here. It is so clear that he has put their childhood disagreements behind him, and that he now deeply appreciates Snape for agreeing to make the Wolfbane's potion for him. Neither Snape nor Sirius has gotten that far. That's very, very true, and it shows a hell of a lot of trust in Snape. It shows a hell of a lot of trust in Snape, guys. Lupin's trust in Snape is what I'm saying. Like the world of trust, seriously. Imagine if Snape did decide to poison Lupin, and then the Ministry arrest him for it, and Snape says, "I did it because he is a werewolf and he is working at the school." If he's going to get sentenced at any time, it's going to be a short time, and Dumbledore is getting to get his. He's going to be fined. It's probably the best way of putting it. Yeah. Also, when Lupin talks about the possibility of him biting someone during the Marauders' nightly adventures, he sounds incredibly sad. Makes me wonder if he has even bitten anyone. That's very true, and also he may not even remember as well the way that a werewolf's mind works. Yes, very true. Man. And obviously he felt terrible about betraying Dumbledore's trust as well. He has lived many years as a dangerous werewolf after all. He may not even know if he did it. Just what I said. Hard to imagine. This is why I should read the comment first. Hard to imagine the toll that must take on someone's consciousness, especially considering Lupin's already very down on himself as well. I personally love Snape, both in the book and the movie version, and I read the books before there were movies to confuse Alan Rickman into it all. That's very good. That's a good point to be experiencing from. But in this scene, we really get to see his bad side. His childhood trauma is so all-consuming, that he seems to be caught in a backflash of sorts. He is unable to listen to reason, almost like he is caught in a fight or flight moment. It's heartbreaking. You know what? You've just summed up what I tried to say just now better than I ever could. Very well put. Yeah, it's all coming back to him. That's why he's getting really caught up. In fact, that's what Howard said about the PTSD. Again, though. Yeah. And poor Neville, who never lost his list of passwords. Well, and the list, as far as he's concerned, may have never even left the tower, which makes it a lot less of a crime, in my opinion. My headcanon was always that Pettigrew never shifted back simply to avoid being recognised. But this time, I noticed the specific description of him pointing with his middle finger because he had lost the other, and it got me thinking, would someone do that naturally? If he had been a rat since he lost his finger, I would imagine it would feel awkward due to lack of practice. Yeah, I guess so. I feel like you have a point there. Yeah. Because it's a lot of what we hear about Black here. Sorry, a lot of what you hear about Pettigrew is opinions from Black, and so a lot of it is not absolute gospel. Great comment. Thank you so much, Kensett. The explanation of the Marauders, a big detail ignored in the films. Thoughts on Ron and Hermione, who also attacked Snape, not just Harry, like in the film. I really like it, Kensett, because it makes what Harry did seem like it was out of anger in the movie, whereas he was just trying to unarm Snape, but because they all did it at the same time, it's like, it's amazing. Don't cross the streams and all that. So yeah. And I like the fact that Hermione's just like, we just attacked a teacher as well, which is obviously very, very Hermione. Thoughts on Crookshank's role in all of this? Even stealing Neville's password list really makes me feel bad for Neville's punishment he received earlier. So it sounds like other people agree with me then. He didn't technically lose it. It was stolen. And it was stolen from his bedside table. I feel like that's such an important key. I'm glad other people are not so much agreeing with my opinion on the Neville situation, but going in the same direction as it. Kensett, great questions, great comment. As for Crookshanks, it took until the explanation for me to understand what was happening. There was no point where I was thinking, maybe Crookshanks doing this. No, it took me as long as the story took to explain it for me to actually understand it, which, quite frankly, is great writing. So, much appreciated, Kensett. Jacob. Finally, you get the information overload. Oh, and then some. It's the information in these chapters, I believe, that makes you think, that's why when reading a second time, it makes you think, that's why when reading a second time. Absolutely. Yes, we have Time Turner to come, but it seems weird that we still got all that to come. It really does feel bizarre. To to come. But some of this information has been relevant to events not only in this book, but the other two books as well. Absolutely, and it's all threaded in so well, particularly obviously with Scabbers, which is the big revelation from this story, I think you could even say. It's been wonderful, Jacob, and I can't believe we still got the time turner stuff still to go. That's kind of bizarre. Alchemist. Finally, you get the information. Oh, okay. Alchemist. Hi, Veggie. I'm a fellow diehard Huffy, commenting for the first time. Alchemist, you're very welcome. And an alchemist as well. Very useful. Keeping it short to not make the next video too even longer, much appreciated, although you can be longer than this. I just want to say that I find it amazing that the Marauders went through the long and difficult process to become Animagi, just out of solidarity for rumors. I wish I had friends like that. Amazing. Alchemist, you know what? We needed your comment here. We really... Thank you, Alchemist. Yeah, no, this is important, guys. Everything that's going on with the Snape situation, with the Black situation, with Lupin situation, apparently, like, going on, as if it never happened and everything. Sure. I'm glad that we've discussed that in depth, and I'm sure we will continue to do so. But we have to remember how awesome Black, Pettigrew and Potter were for doing what they did. Seriously. Lupin was terrified of losing the only friends he will ever have. And not only did he not lose them, they worked their butts off just to help him feel more normal. We have to remember that. We have to remember that. And that's why a series of this would be so awesome. Alchemist, great comment. I hope you comment next time. And don't worry, you can make longer comments than that. Don't worry about it. Thank you very much. Talking about long comments. Slim. Superb piece of characterization. Sirius has been given the rat murder eyes for ages. Oh, sure. Yeah, okay. Only the mention of Snape diverts his attention. Oh, Slim, that's a good point. In an early book club, I mentioned that the other people remember the incident differently to Snape. Lupin says that Sirius alone pranked Snape and James saved him. Sirius does not contradict this version of events. James risked his own life to save Snape's, a person he hated. Did James hate Snape? At this point, I don't know. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more stories to come, and I can't wait to learn them, quite frankly. When Lupin reveals his condition, James Potter nor Sirius are scared at all. Most wizards are utterly terrified of werewolves. They both stick by him. And Pettigrew, to be fair. They become Animagi for him. It's a beautiful friendship. Everyone from Hagrid, McGonagall, Dumbledore, Flitwick, Rosemarta, Fudge, and yes, James Potter... Oh, sorry. Say James Potter was a great person. Even Voldemort says admired his bravery, and yet because Snape says otherwise, a lot of fans think he's completely terrible. I need to hear more of the stories of what happened, guys. I really do. What about the scene that's in the movie, which was filmed very, very close to me? Is that in the books when he's publicly humiliating Snape in front of a whole bunch of other students? I don't know, guys. I find it hard to, when you find out that someone is a bully or has been a bully, to see them as a great person if they haven't said that they regret what they did. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't know that James regrets what he did at all. If he did anything, because I don't know. I'm going on what's happened in the book so far, and all I've heard so far is that he saved Snape's life. So yeah, I need to hear more of the flashbacks. Sirius says that Snape waged a continuous campaign that tried to get the Marauders thrown out of school. This doesn't justify what Sirius did at all, but it isn't hard to understand why Sirius wants to scare Snape and wasn't fussed about the possibility that Snape could have been infected too or killed. He'd have been in the same boat as Lupin. An important point I should stress: werewolf attacks can end in death, but these cases are rare. I don't know what that's based on, Slim. So if that's something that's said in the books at some point, yeah, I don't think it's been mentioned so far. But if it is something that's mentioned at some point, then that's fine. But I don't have that information to hand yet, so that's very interesting. Finally, the contrast between the two adults who care the most about Harry is very interesting. Snape belittles, ignores, rages, and completely refuses to listen to Harry, while Sirius understands Harry's reservations. Well, they're in different situations, though. They're in very different situations. Black doesn't think that Harry is in any immediate danger. Even with Pettigrew being there, he doesn't see it. Well, maybe he did. But he was also the one who speculated that that's why Pettigrew hasn't changed back or done anything bad to him yet. Whereas Snape does think that Harry is in immediate danger. Literally in absolutely immediate danger. He respects Harry, listens to him, and accepts his decision to let Pettigrew live, even if he disagrees with it. Yeah, and also Snape sees Harry as a troublemaker as well. So Snape knows that whatever he says, Harry's most probably not going to follow it as well. So I feel like that's probably why Snape is a bit like comparing the two in this situation. I think is a bit murky because they have very different history with Harry, and I think that something very, very different is happening at this point. So interesting point though. Very interesting to hear what you think of Pettigrew. Did they cast right with Timothy Spall? Someone has created a CGI of certain characters on a web link. I will check that afterwards. I'll look forward to saying that. I'm pretty sure that the description says that he's got a pointy nose. And I don't think Timothy Spall's portrayal had a pointy nose. He does. He's balding. He's got small eyes. I know. Timothy Spall is a fantastic actor. So just like everyone else in that scene, they definitely cast right. Not just because he is able to do such a good job in acting, and so yeah, I feel like they chose the right man. I really do. You know, despite the fact that whenever I see him, I think of moments. Right, so some we haven't met yet, obviously, but they might help get certain actors out of your head. Might edit this later. Thank you so much, Slim. I really appreciate your comment. It's really nice to see a different standpoint on this scene. Absolutely. I will check that list out later on. But you make some very good points, and it's awesome to hear from a different standpoint. Seriously, it's useful, guys. It's very useful to hear other people's opinions. Rod writes, "Hey Veggie, hope you're having a great time. I've read this book multiple times, but here's something I just noticed now. Why wasn't the tunnel to the Shrieking Shack blocked during the year? Earlier they were even closing mouse holes, but no one thought of closing the passage linking the school grounds and the school grounds to the perfect hideout. At least Dumbledore, Lupin, and Snape knew that passage exists, and they also know Sirius is aware of it. Maybe the other teachers do too. Lupin might not want to mention it because of his shame about his past, but Dumbledore, who created the tunnel to begin with, and Snape wouldn't have such concerns, and would, pardon me guys, would be more worried about keeping Sirius out. Seems like a tremendous oversight. Lupin is still using the shack, right? I'm pretty certain he is, hence like why he wasn't in the hospital wing and everything. So maybe I'm wrong. I thought that Lupin was still using the shack whenever he was having his turns. So that would explain that. Did Snape know about the passage before he saw Harry getting out of it that one time? And also, Snape got to the Shrieking Shack because he saw the map. God knows why he didn't take the map with him. I don't know why Lupin didn't take the map with him, quite frankly. As for the other teachers, I don't think they did know. That's my headcanon. Pomfrey knew about it. Oh, Pomfrey did know about it, Rod. Good point. So other teachers probably did know about it. It is an oversight, but it's guided by the Whomping Willow at one end. No, I'm thinking of a different tunnel now, aren't I? Is it all connected? I'm getting confused, Rod. You know what I need to do? I need to have a look at the actual Marauders map to see exactly what it shows, because that is a good point. But I feel like Snape discovered the passages when Harry got out of it in front of him, and also when he saw the map. But Pomfrey definitely knew about it. That is a very good point, Rod. That does feel like a bit of an oversight, doesn't it? Great point and great comment. Ashley. I guess we can rule out the theory that only the Marauders can see each other on the map, since Snape can see Lupin on it in these chapters. Great point, Ashley. I did speculate that maybe the Marauders were invisible to anyone else, but that is now not the case. A couple of people have already mentioned this, but I certainly do have the same problem with Sirius and Remus as I do with Snape. Their actors are all so talented, they are, and charming, and the movies leave out their worst moments. Movie Sirius is one of my favorite characters, but I struggle to find much to like about him in the book Sirius. Very interesting, Ashley. Very interesting. I do feel like he's a bully, and no, he's a bully either way, but he does seem like the whole thing. What Sirius said about, you know, your chemistry set and everything, like he said in the movie, that's such that's nowhere near compared to the things that he's coming out with in the book. Yeah. It's interesting to hear Sirius describe Peter as wanting to know that Voldemort was the biggest bully in the playground. So I'm not casting a spell. I'm agreeing with you, Ashley. I completely agree. That line felt unpleasant. I mean, in my notes, I do just put unpleasant after it. Especially since we know that the Marauders did behave like bullies sometimes. Bullies often don't see themselves as bullies. You know, I hate this term, guys. So if any of you ever use this term, then I apologise. But I hate the term where people say that people ask to be bullied, or, you know, aren't able to stand up for themselves. That's why they get bullied. No, they're getting bullied because the person's decided to bully them. That's how I see it. So it's very possible that Black doesn't see himself as a bully. If anything, he probably sees Snape as a bully. It's pretty horrible, guys. But, you know, if you ask like 100 people, did you ever bully anyone when you're at school? I guarantee you that over 50% will say no, but I was bullied. That mathematically doesn't make sense, guys. The fact is, I would argue that the vast majority of people have bullied people in their past, but they just don't associate it as being bullying. My opinion, guys. That's my opinion. Don't get me wrong. I think Snape... This is very useful for reading. I'm going to have to use this each time now. I think Snape's sins are ultimately worse. Yeah, maybe we'll come to that. But the Marauders have done some terrible things as well. No, absolutely, Ashley. And you know what, Ashley? Weirdly enough, coming into this book club, I was thinking, I bet you... I almost half expected everyone to be justifying what the Marauders did in this situation. But going on the comments, I don't think there is any justification, is there? Thank you so much for your comment. Brilliant comment. Much appreciated. Jake. Sorry, that was just for you, Jake. Harry is so biased with his one treasured possession that he... oh, blasé, sorry, not bias. Gonna be saying bias all the video. Blasé of his one treasured possession that he inherited from his father. In the first book, he leaves... I know where this is going. I know where this is going, Jake. But, you know, James would probably think, well, I probably did that as well. Quite a lot. So, in the first book, he leaves the invisibility cloak at the top of the astronomy tower. Yeah, that did seem dumb. But also then Draco, like, saying, hey, look, they're out of bed, to someone whilst he's out of bed. Did we even establish how Dumbledore knew it was there? Good point. I think he knew about the whole Norbert thing, and that's why he gave Gryffindor the lost 150 points back at the end as a bonus, and the bonus of 10 for the trapdoor shenanigans. Oh, that's very interesting, the fact that he actually gave the points back. You know what, Jake? That actually makes me agree with what Dumbledore did more now then. So I've always hated the end of that scene, sorry, not the end, but the way we're basically saying, okay, so Slytherin won. Oh no, wait a second, no, they haven't. Like that. No, you're saying he gave the points he took away back. Well, he doesn't word it like that, but that is a very good way of putting it, seeing it. Knowing they were just trying to help Hagrid anyway, wrong book. 2 years later, he's left it lying around a vicious tree for his least favourite teacher to find. Ron is essentially getting killed in Harry's eyes at this point, though, to be fair. I would not trust Harry with anything important, physical or otherwise. What about passwords? Don't know why I keep doing that. Knowing they were just trying... Oh, I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place now. Telling him a secret, and Ron and Hermione will know within an hour after all. Yeah. Maybe not in Chamber of Secrets, but by this time, yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. If only Snape had waited a few more minutes before his pantomime ta-da reveal, which again he says, that's right, when it isn't right. No, I'm not going to get back into that again. I'm sorry, guys. I like to imagine it's complete with fabulous jazz hands. Oh, absolutely. Now I can imagine like the camera zooming in and out. Especially since Pettigrew's name has already been mentioned. If he'd witnessed the truth, do you think he would have helped clear Black's name or deny everything out of spite? If he'd witnessed the truth, do you think he would have helped clear Black's name or deny it out of spite? You know what, Jake? That is a great question, and I need to backtrack, because when people talk about PTSD just now, I do feel like there is more justification the way that Snape acted. I do think at the end of the day, though, if there is children's lives involved, you got to cut that out 100%. I think if the situation was de-escalated, if Black unwittingly in front of Snape hadn't just said it would have been fine if he had died, if Lupin hadn't have said you fool to him, and if Harry hadn't said you're pathetic and all this sort of stuff. Yeah. I'm backtracking, guys. I can understand it now. What Snape has just had to listen to. I'm not taking a memory out, by the way. What Snape has just had to listen to would have driven over the edge. But that's not a good Snape to have at this point, though. And I know that there are a lot of Snape fans, guys. I'm not going to say fangirls and fanboys and everything because that's so patronising. But people who love the character of Snape, who do see his good side in most situations, you got to agree that it's good that Snape was knocked out at that point, though, right? You got to. I'm looking at the wrong comment now. I personally think that if Snape was given a chance to calm down, he would have done the right thing. That is my interpretation of it, Jake. Think about the fact that he's giving Lupin that potion. I think he would have done the right thing. Great comment, Jake. Definitely food for thought. Michelle. Oh my goodness. Hey, Veggie. Now the reasons have been brought to light of Snape's further resentment of Remus, Sirius and James. The prank joke trick. Something that is sadly played off so light-heartedly is actually rather traumatic and devastating the more you think about it. Honestly, Michelle, I don't know if it's because of my background or, you know, or anything like that. I don't see it as being... I'd be amazed if anyone read these chapters and thought, Snape was just making a big deal out of nothing. Really? I mean, yeah. Maybe that, but maybe that is what people did read when they first heard this. Snape was tricked into going to the Whomping Willow, not knowing that what he'd find there. Instead, coming face to face with a fully transformed werewolf, one who was not lucky enough for the Wolfbane in this time. Snape was so close to being mauled, turned killed, and yet people think it's a joke. Yeah, that's... The Harry referring to it as a joke is so him ignoring reality, in my opinion. Because at no point have we heard Harry say to Black, you probably shouldn't have done that. Lupin said it. But maybe at this point, Harry still thinks that the whole thing was hilarious. And I don't think Harry would want Snape to have died. Obviously not. No, I don't think so. But, you know, again, this scene is so much emotion for Harry. More than anyone, this scene is extremely distraught. You can talk about PTSD with Snape, guys. What about what Harry is going through in this scene? I mean, no wonder Snape wants them expelled. For good reason, too. Marauders were seriously dangerous, and Snape was silenced by Headmaster Dumbledore. Again, I don't... This sounds like it's something in future chapters. I haven't heard him getting silenced. If that was covered in these chapters, guys, I apologise, because I completely missed that. For someone who was relentlessly bullied, J.K. Rowling's words, that's just heartbreaking. He couldn't even get support from the staff. Probably not, no. Something convinced Snape to go to the Whomping Willow, and it must have been a powerful enough reason to send him in there. My guess is that Sirius must have told Snape that Lily went in there and was in danger. Why else would he listen to Sirius? After all, it was a prank. Okay, I completely agree with you. Why would he agree? Why would he go there if Sirius told him how to get in there? I completely agree with that part. That does seem strange. I think that he was going in there to expose Lupin. I feel like he wanted to go in there, have it confirmed, and then tell everyone else. But then, well, according to you and the previous comment, apparently Dumbledore stepped in, which, again, I don't think was covered in these chapters here. Something convinced Snape. I mean, essentially, Sirius weaponized his best friend just to eliminate someone who he bullied for years. I don't think Sirius was actually trying to get Snape killed. I don't think he would have cared if he had been killed, which is sick. But I don't think his actual intention was for Snape to get killed. And yet people, and here I mean some fans, blame Snape for it. Yeah, that I do not understand, honestly. You can't blame Snape for that. It's all about Black's mentality and his reasoning for doing it, which I do not agree with. Honestly, my heavy opinion of my dislike of the Marauders and their behaviour is reason to make me feel appalled by a Gryffindor. To be a Gryffindor, I apologise. Sorry, that was me saying apologise, not them. Just to this present situation, Snape was yet again silent. Snape knew Sirius was capable of murder, so it only makes sense he believed him to be Lily's killer. Fair. When you put yourself in Snape's shoes here, you see things very differently. Seeing people dismiss a childhood trauma and label it as a childhood grudge really breaks my heart. Especially, yeah, I agree with that, especially as it's coming from Lupin. Yeah, that's a fascinating take, Michelle. Thank you very much for your comment. Anna Marie, I feel these chapters are so important to the overall arc of Harry's storyline, especially telling his father's past. I couldn't agree more, Anna Marie. Very to the point comment there, but much appreciated. No, I've watched the movies. I've watched a lot of the fan stuff. I've watched a lot of some of the behind the scenes stuff and everything. I had learnt so much in these two chapters, and they are relatively short ones, particularly the first one. Thank you very much for your comment. Darcy, another short one. Something that I think is important to think about here is that Snape was a part of Voldemort's inner circle during the First Wizarding War. It is very likely he knew that Sirius had been framed and that Peter was the one who gave up James and Lily's location. Snape said nothing and allowed Sirius to go to jail for murder because of a high school grudge. Right, I need to read this again, Darcy. Something that I think is important to remember is that Snape was an important part of Voldemort's inner circle during the First Wizarding World. It is very likely he knew that Sirius had been framed and that Peter was the one who gave up James and Lily's location. I mean, that's a take which I have not considered at all. Snape is someone who's a full-time undercover double agent, isn't he? And so I guess it is possible. Darcy, is this a stretch? Please let me know if this is a stretch. I think it's possible that he wouldn't know. Even when I say that, I think that it's a bit of a stretch. But I do think it is possible that Voldemort would want it, that the Death Eaters knew it was Pettigrew, because that's why Pettigrew's hiding. But would have Snape. Snape wasn't going to their, weekly meetings and bridge sessions and all that sort of stuff. They weren't meeting down the pub afterwards. Snape was infiltrated into... At that point, I don't think he would have been. When did he become a professor? Oh man, Darcy, that is thrown a lot up in the air. That's very interesting. I appreciate that. I'd love to read the replies, but I can't. But Darcy, great point. I really appreciate that. Florine. Okay, I see. I messed up last time. Oh dear. I listened along and got one chapter ahead without noticing. So I keep the question for this time. Oh, Floyd, I appreciate that. I'm sorry about that whole situation, but yeah, because I'd heard a couple of people said that there may have been something. I feel like we just made the decision to clear it. So I'm sorry. What do you think about Sirius' ability to communicate with Crookshanks to plan Peter's assassination? Also, I think it's quite funny that there are quite a few plot holes in the Harry Potter series. Okay, I'll get into that in just a moment. How does he communicate with Crookshanks? It seems to be pretty detailed, doesn't it? It's not like, you know, go fetch. It's like, go and bring me Pettigrew, but not without hurting him. And if you see a list with passwords, bring me that. He's essentially talking with Crookshanks. So maybe Crookshanks is an animagus. Crookshanks could be an animagus who doesn't want to reveal that they are, but for what reason? And also, wouldn't have Black done the Revelio thing on him? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe out of respect, not. Yeah, it's kind of bizarre, Florian. It really is. I'd like to know, did he literally, does Crookshanks understand, pardon me, understand English is what the real question is. The plot holes. JKR tried to talk away, and even the fandom, like us, need to create headcanons to make sense of them. Oh, Florian, you can do that though. It's like sci-fi. It's like sci-fi. Any sci-fi movie or anything, you can always just cover plot holes by saying futuristic tech. Like anything. Like it really is. Magic and science fiction are very easy to do that with. And yeah, I think that they can be fun to speculate how it could be the case. I mean, but yeah. Plot holes are always going to happen, guys, especially when you have so many characters and so many different things going on. There was no way that Harry Potter books were going to get out with no plot holes. You know what I mean? Yeah. Good stuff. Florian, great comment. Timing. These chapters are amazing. So much backstory and information. Some of my favourites from the whole series. It is so good. It is so good. Also, Sirius's line, I want to commit murder I was imprisoned for, gives me chills every time I read it. That is a great line. Yeah, that's like the I've done my waiting line, but in the book. It is a great line. It is a great line. I read through a few comments before I find this discussion of Snape and Sirius very interesting. As for me, Sirius is my favourite character in the whole series, but he already was before I saw the movies. I was actually a bit disappointed when I saw he was portrayed by Gary Oldman for the first time. Very interesting. Not because I don't like him, I think he's an amazing actor, absolutely, but because in my head Sirius looked very different. It took me a few watches, but now I enjoy Oldman's portrayal of Sirius very much. Very interesting, Tammy. I would love to hear what differences you imagine Sirius to be. Also, I want to say that although Sirius is my favourite character, I absolutely hate the prank he pulled on Snape. There is no excuse that would justify what he did. This is so interesting that he's your favourite character, because this is the thing, guys. When it comes to pure, real, absolutely solid-based evidence Sirius, I've only just met him. And so, obviously, there's lots of positive stuff to come. There has to be. But when? Why is my voice like this all of a sudden? And to me, it's very sad that Sirius and Snape both are blinded by hatred for each other so much that they are not willing to listen to what the other has to say. No, that's absolutely true. The reason why I like Sirius is much as that, although he seemed like a very funny and carefree character, he is incredibly passionate about the people he loves. That's so crucial. I do feel like that. and would do anything for them. Him being wrongly imprisoned for killing his best friend just breaks my heart. It's true. He is clearly loyal to an absolute fault. I completely agree with you, Tammy. Great comment, well made. Josh. Here we are, the first major plot point the movie's severely butchered. The Marauders' backstory. It's stuff like this that makes me scoff at how lazy the movies really are, and disagree that people who think the TV show is a cash grab. No, the movies are a cash grab made when the books were only half finished. Half finished. Do people even stop to think about this? I do, and it depresses me a lot. Well, Josh, yeah. The problem is, Josh, is that I think the movies are brilliant. And you can't include everything. But, like I said, when I got to the Marauders bit and I heard about James being an animagus, I was like, how did I not know that by this point? Via the movies, or just via, the fan stuff and everything. Yeah. Anyway, with these chapters, I have to call out adult Snape and Sirius, equally pathetic for not being able to move past their hatred. You know what, Josh? That is probably the best take. That really is. Yeah, like siding with one and they're both being pathetic here. James is the most interesting character to me, who at his core is a good person. Maybe too good because he makes Peter's secret keeper, and that's what ultimately gets him killed. I don't see that as being good, though. He should have made Sirius the secret keeper. Yeah. Loyal to his death, sadly. That's true. As for Sirius, I think he can see traces of his family's pure blood superiority in his hatred for Snape. Now that is very interesting, Josh. He believes his blood status makes him better than Snape. I don't believe James felt that way. I believe jealousy over Lily being friends with Snape is where his mutual dislike came from. Is that going to be something that he's going to be getting jealous from? That and the difference in popularity. It makes me wonder if you remove Sirius, do Snape and James just let each other be because it seems like he was a terrible influence? Well, that's very interesting. Yeah. I feel like that I've heard that James and Sirius were quite similar people, though. Personalities. But Sirius definitely seems like... I do feel like he would be a bad influence. Very possibly, Josh. Great comment, Josh. Seriously, greatly appreciated. Kevin writes, let me start by saying that I love these movies. Prisoner of Azkaban is one of my favourite of the films. But I'm so disappointed that they left out so much of the Marauders' backstory of the movies. This whole chapter is incredible and really sells an amazing sense of friendship and loyalty to each of the that existed between James, Sirius, Remus and, for a while, Peter. Becoming animagi just so Lupin wouldn't be alone or ostracized. That's beautiful. It really is beautiful, guys, and we have to keep remembering how awesome that really is whilst discussing all the other, dubious parts of it. I also love how the chapter portrays the characters of Dumbledore and James. First, Dumbledore's compassion enough to give Lupin a chance, not once but twice. First as a student and again as a teacher. That's so true. Even when so much of the rest of the Wizarding world has rejected and antagonized him. Yeah, I think it essentially is just the entirety of the Wizarding world, pretty much. If Lupin can't get held down a job at all. Then James, who despite his rivalry and animosity with Snape, will willingly risk his life to save Snape, because even for as much as he dislikes Snape, he's still not willing to just let him die. You can argue that he also didn't want Sirius to get in trouble for endangering Snape's life. That's very true. And not wanting Lupin to have guilt of possibly killing someone. But I think it's a sign of James's more nobler and heroic nature shining through. This is, of course, the incident that Dumbledore refers to when he told Harry that Snape can never forgive the fact that James did indeed want to save his life. Of course it is. Very good point. I do also have to say, though, the fact... No, because Snape believes it as well, though. I was going to say that maybe Lupin and Black are painting the danger that James was in to be more than it actually was. But if Snape... Yeah, like Dumbledore said, that Snape can't can never forgive the fact that that James saved his life, so even Snape does agree with it. Great point, Kevin. Last thing I want to say is that it's always kind of bothered me that James and Lily didn't just make Dumbledore the secret keeper. Yes, it was a sign of his faith in Peter, though clearly misplaced, that made him believe he could trust anyone he felt was one of his very best friends. But at the same time, it would have made so much more sense for it to just be Dumbledore. Neither Voldemort nor any of the Death Eaters would ever have been bold enough to try and get the secret directly from him. That's actually very true. I agree, Kevin. And that's much the reason why I do think that even, they try to paint it as Pettigrew would be a less likely person, so they wouldn't think of it. But if you got people who like Sirius as well, who I believe would never have given the information, and Dumbledore, that would have been a better choice, quite frankly. Yeah. No, I completely agree, Karen. Great comment. Mel. Hi, Veggie. I've been following you since the start of the Harry Potter marathon on YouTube, but I just joined Patreon. Well, hi, Mel. Welcome to the party. First of all, sorry if there are mistakes. English is not my mother tongue. I'm so excited to join the party. That's weird that you say join the party. Sometimes that's crazy, Mel. I just said welcome to the party, and then you said I'm so excited to join the party. That is spooky. Seriously. Okay, let's see what you got. I'm coming in pretty intense chapters. Absolutely. We finally get to hear. We finally get to the heart of the matter about the fight between the Marauders and Severus. It's quite a controversial subject, and that's why we often have two teams, those who love the Marauders and those who hate them. I think it should be more nuanced than that. Since I was a kid, the Marauders have been my favourite characters, so I'm probably biased in my judgment. However, I totally recognise the unacceptable what Sirius did was. He should have been expelled from Hogwarts for it. I totally condemn the harassment. That joke, in inverted commas, was horrible towards Snape, but also towards Remus. Poor thing, if he had killed Snape by accident. I can't even imagine. Yeah, so true. You know what? It is, Mel, it's so interesting reading all these comments saying the Marauders are my favourite guys. Because my only experience with the Marauders so far is this. And right now, I'm not a fan of the Marauders. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing the other sides of them, seriously. I presume it does happen. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, because right now it's a bad introduction, a negative introduction, I should say, for them. Not just Sirius, but the fact that everyone did just like side with him and just, pretend it never happened and everything, Yeah. However, J.K.R.'s works is not Gene. Work is not... I'm not sure what that word is. Everything is not black and white. Oh, okay. I see. I see what you mean. Sirius was bullied when he was young. But that doesn't stop him from doing the same thing to Neville, Harry, Hermione, and probably other instant students. You'd imagine he probably is to other students, yeah. And he knows what it feels like to be bullied. Great point. Yeah, that is a great point, Mel. That is a good comparable. You know, someone who knows what it's like to be bullied, then going on to do that himself. It didn't stop him from being insulting to Lily, etc. When he was younger, either, and in the opposite direction, Sirius was able to make the unacceptable prank, and on the other hand, to be of an unfailing devotion towards his friends. I don't give any mitigating circumstances to Sirius and James for the behaviour towards Snape. They often went too far, but Snape was no angel either. Well, that's what I'm sure we will learn in the future. Marauders are hated for hating people, hating a person. And as I often say, I do 100 things right, but while only remember the one time you did one thing wrong. That's very true. Do 100 things right. We'll only remember the one thing that you did wrong. Yeah, that is absolutely true. It's like YouTube comments. It's like the negative ones are always the ones which people remember, you know. And I kind of get that feeling with the Marauders. People immediately attack them. Snape doesn't deserve it, but neither do the Marauders. They should have just ignored each other. Well, that would have been beautiful if they had. Wouldn't that just been so much better? And this is a very moment I'm going to get hatred for my first comment. I hope not. We often tend to blame the Marauders for their actions, but wouldn't that be something Fred and George could have done? Let's read on before we discuss. For example, towards Percy, I find them very pushy. I wouldn't be shocked if they were picking on Slytherins just for fun. There is a sense that I have in mind that the beginning of Goblet of Fire, for example, but I don't want to spoil anything, so I'll stop here. But your readers will understand, I think. Very interesting. And yet come from them, it doesn't shock anyone. I'm talking around me. The twins are loved, and I love them too. I'm just curious your opinions on your opinion and the opinion of the book club about it. Thank you for anything you do. It's always 5 hours of fun. It probably is going to be 5. I don't think it's going to be quite 5 hours this time. Love from France. Thank you so much, Mel. What a great first comment. Fred and George. I'll say this. I feel like with Fred and George, a lot of their pranks are coming from a side which they would probably even have a hard time explaining. Chamber of Secrets. When everyone was ostracizing Harry. The fact that Fred and George would walk down the corridor and say, stand back for the air of slivering, as Harry's walking down the path. Harry actually said that he found it comforting. I think because they were like mocking the idea of him being it, but also I feel like a lot of what Fred and George do is actually intended to make their mark, their target, feel better, and it's obviously often misjudged. Obviously, with Ginny, it's often misjudged, but I do feel like that whenever they do things to Ginny, or say things to Ginny, because it tends to be verbal with Ginny, doesn't it? It's from a place where they're actually trying to cheer her up. That isn't the case with the Marauders in this situation. Nothing that I've heard Fred and George do has been as bad as the one thing that I've heard the Marauders have done. So, if down the line we hear about other things that they did to Snape, which are more, you know, I don't know, like your average school prank and everything that happens in real life, then that I feel like I can definitely judge more the similarities with Fred and George. I just feel like with Fred and George, they're never. I don't think Fred and George bully their targets. In a weird sense, I think they are trying to make the target feel better or make other people around them feel better. You know, joking in the time of, you know, in a time where everyone's down can be a real ray of light, you know. Brilliant first comments, Mel. I hope to see you next time because that was excellent. Thank you so much. Your English is better than mine. That was perfect. Karen. Hi, Veggie. From a long-time watcher on YouTube, a new patron and fellow vegan, Karen. Amazing. Love to see you here. Can I just say that Ron's broken leg is much more gruesome in the book? Oh, absolutely. Also, what happened to Harry and Hermione from the Whomping Willow as well. Ron is much better friend in the book version than the movie. Hopefully, the next new Max TV series will give Ron justice he deserves. Well, from what I gather, the new series is meant to be a more accurate version. So I think that the first thing that will happen is Hermione will be more accurate. And as soon as you make Hermione more accurate, you will be able to make Ron more accurate. Because often a lot of Ron's greatest moments are given to Hermione for whatever reason. Once that's out of the way, Ron won't just be the guy who goes like that a lot, you know what I mean? I hope that makes sense. Yeah, no, I feel like we're in good hands when it comes to that. Great comment, Karen. Thank you so much for your first comment in the book club. Dana, I'm in love with these chapters to the point that my Prisoner of Azkaban book, you can tell where they start. Oh, really? It's like a folding open sort of moment. I know what you mean. For the people who always condemn the Marauders, I agree. They are far from perfect, although I love them, and the depth of Sirius's character makes him my favourite in the whole book series. There we go again. There's another person saying that. However, they have a beautiful friendship for immature kids. Well, absolutely. They literally turn into Anna Maggie to help just one of them. Yeah, we had to keep reminding ourselves about that, guys, because it is blooming beautiful. Janny. These chapters show why I love these books so much. There are no black and white characters. Again, that is what we have to keep remembering, Jenny. Great point, and it's the same with Arcane as well, which is the series which I've become basically obsessed with over the last year. Can't wait for series 2, seriously. A lot of those characters that are supposed to be in the good side have flaws, and sometimes can be pretty dark. Jenny, I'm not yawning at your question. Your question is your comment. Your comment is excellent. I think it's probably the hot chocolate that I just had. It's probably taken out of me a bit. Sirius's plank has been discussed many times, so I point out something else. Appreciate. I think it's interesting that Lupin is willing to commit murder without a second thought. Janny, I completely agree, especially book Lupin. Movie Lupin, I can kind of get it because everyone's a bit, you know, everything's on edge. And they don't know how long Snape's going to be out and all this sort of stuff. Whereas Book Lupin is cool as a cucumber throughout this entire scene. So that is why when he says, okay, we'll do it together, I was thinking, oh, really? Okay. It felt out of place to me. He could have instead on taking Pettigrew to Azkaban, but no, he agreed to murder him. Absolutely. Thank God Harry stopped them, and the series would have ended with this book. What a dark ending that would have been as well. That last bit would be amazing. Also, I'm curious, how did Sirius communicate with Crookshanks? Yeah, I mean, we discussed it already. It's very bizarre, isn't it? I hope that we learn more. I'm not even sure Crookshanks is going to be in it again after this. I would hope so. Great comment, Janny, thank you very much. Veggie Gamer, deleted. John, so we got more information about the prank that Sirius pulled on Snape in their use during this chapter. I know James saved Snape, but I don't think he did it out of goodness of his heart. As Snape said several chapters ago, I think James only saved him so that he and his friends wouldn't be expelled. Sirius, yeah. Also, he's a human being. I do feel like, yeah. Okay, let's continue. The thing is, you know James better than I do. This is the thing. Sirius doesn't even show any sign of regret about the incident when it's brought up in this chapter. No, literally none at all, which is insane. I can't blame... He could have even said we were stupid kids back then, but no, he doesn't. He just said it would have been fine if he had died. I can't blame Snape for his negative feelings towards the Marauders. No, I don't think anyone can. I think it's... you gotta say that Snape's opinion of them is justified, guys, even if you love the Marauders, which I'm getting a lot. Getting a lot of comments saying, I love the Marauders, but here, nah. That seems to be the consensus so far. It really does. Benjamin, it's very clear that Snape and James / Sirius hate each other. It reminds me a bit of Draco and Harry and Ron. Oh, very interesting. But we only get half the story told. We are told that James and Sirius were bullies and Snape was the innocent little boy. I don't believe that one bit. We don't know what Snape did to them in the past. Well, that's true, and also what Snape was trying to achieve by following them around and trying to get into the Whomping Willow and everything. In my headcanon is that he was trying to expose what was going on. As for the comparison to Harry and Ron, it's very interesting with Sirius and James. I'll say this: the fact that Sirius and James were the smartest students at Hogwarts, going on what Lupin said, does make them pretty different from Harry and Ron. It really does. For whatever reason, everything, obviously. So I'd imagine that James and Sirius, weirdly enough, probably were more popular. I mean, Harry he's quite popular, but he doesn't have that many friends that we know of. Obviously, there's going to be stuff in between the lines and everything, but really, when it comes to friends, it's a small pool, really. He has people that admire him and everything, but that was, because of that. And also what he's done over the last couple of years, of course. But very interesting comparing James and Sirius to Harry and Ron. I haven't even thought about that, and actually, that's excellent. I don't believe that for a minute. Yes, absolutely. I appreciate Benjamin. Well, I hope I learn more. I hope I learn more about their past shenanigans. Jacqueline. I've always been so disappointed in Snape in these chapters. He's completely justified in his anger and hatred of Sirius, but he refuses to even hear anything that changes the narrative that he has in his head. That's absolutely true, Jacqueline. Absolutely. I mean, Lupin didn't even want his friends to know he was a werewolf. He certainly would have never let them tell anyone. And even if he did, never on a full moon. Well, quite. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Snape has got PTSD, but he absolutely was going in there. And, you know, he had to listen to those, like I say, the things that other people say. I keep repeating myself, guys. But all the things that he had to hear before revealing, you know, showing that he was in the room. He heard some bad things, and also afterwards as well. So, yeah, great point, Jacqueline. H. Some things I think is interesting or funny in these chapters. I love the image of Lupin being in his office as a harmless wolf, perhaps doing some admin, and yes, I imagine a wolf with glasses now, of course. Of course, it's not like that, but it's a funny image anyway. Yeah, I don't think it's like that. I feel like he's probably in a lot of pain still, isn't he? Because it's a very painful thing to transform, isn't it? Dumbledore being a brilliant person by helping Lupin go through Hogwarts. Also Dumbledore encouraging the ghost rumours. I imagine him talking loudly about it down the pub. Well, quite, exactly. It's not just the students he needed to convince as well. So, yeah, I'm sure he spent a lot of time in the free broomsticks and so on. What are Lupin's defining character traits? Being scared of losing those around him. And who can blame him for all the people, of all people for that? Well, absolutely. Therefore, not always being able to tell the truth. It makes such sense for him. Such an interesting character. He's blooming wonderful. He really is. He's arguably my favourite character. I'm not sure who my favourite character is, guys, but he's up there. How important is it for the trio to avoid that a possibly innocent man isn't given the Dementor's kiss? Yeah, that's very true. Standing up for the truth, therefore the logical thing for them was to attack Snape. They were disarming him, though, weren't they? Hey, that's the thing, because Harry in the movie did what he wanted to do, whereas what happened to Snape in the book was essentially a mistake, which is amazing. Black's surprised reaction to Hermione speaking politely to him. Oh, that's right! Because he isn't used to it. I think, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is a point which I did not point out in my notes. Keep quiet, you stupid girl. No, you shut up, Snape. Whenever it says Severus, guys, I do say Snape, just because I always, Sirius and Severus, I don't enunciate properly, and so I do say Snape whenever I see Severus. I like to imagine that Pettigrew, when the Weasleys weren't at home, turned human just for a few hours, always keeping an eye on the entrance door in case they come home. Maybe. But maybe he prefers being a rat. You know, yeah. I think, yeah. I don't know. Or maybe the Death Eaters have some sort of tag on him, you know? Yeah. He's very dirty, isn't he? So I get the impression that he probably hasn't changed. Which is kind of crazy. Ah, H, those are great points. Thank you very much for making them. It's a dance thing. I read the comments prior to rereading the chapters because I had pretty solid recollection of what went on, but I did still reread. I have a few thoughts. I'll try not to be too repetitive of what others have already said. It's a dance thing. It's gonna happen, but I appreciate that. But yeah, it's gonna happen that we go over things. I find it amazing that Sirius, James and Peter started trying to become animagi at 12 years old. They weren't at 12 years old, were they? Because they didn't know about Lupin's condition at first, did they? I don't know how long it was, but not at first. But then it took them 3 years. So yeah, maybe they were 12. Like Hermione said, they have only been 7 in the last century. It's not an easy feat, and the fact that they then accomplished it at 15 is just incredible. Absolutely, yeah, that is actually insane. Although, oh, it's a dance thing. What about this? See, roll this up the flagpole and see who salutes it. It's a line from 12 Angry Men. Watch 12 Angry Men, Veggie Knights, but specifically the 1957 version with Henry Fonda in. That's the version that you want to watch. It is great. Oh my goodness! I watched it for the first years a couple of years ago. It's excellent. I wish I was doing movie reactions back then because it is a great movie. Really, very, very good. I know it's black and white. I know it's very old, but seriously, it is a very good movie. Sorry, back to your comment. Oh no, I forgot what my point was going to be. That's it. Okay, so we talked about the morality of the Ministry keeping tabs on who is an animagus and it being illegal. So it's very possible that people who would kind of want to be animagus didn't want the hassle of the Ministry tracking them, but also the legality of it as well. So it's also the bravery to break the rules, which a lot of people in the Wizarding world wouldn't be up for. Well, you'd imagine a lot of Death Eaters would do it. But they have to be smart enough, though. Yeah, great point. I'm glad we finally heard how Sirius escaped Azkaban. That bit was left out of the movie, and a lot of people were confused about it. Yeah, I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea until I covered the chapter. A couple of things about Snape now. If he was so concerned for everyone's safety, why didn't he bring the Wolfbane potion with him when he went after Lupin? I think it's a possibility that he panicked, much in the way that Lupin panicked and left the map there. Not just left the map there, but left it open and active, because you're meant to say mischief succeeded or whatever it was, accomplished or whatever, aren't you? He left it open on his desk for any schmuck or Snape to walk in and find it. So I think it must have been panic as well. But if he'd brought it with him, that would have been useful. Maybe he did. Maybe he did bring it with him. But also he had Lupin restrained, so maybe he didn't think he needed it. Oh wow. Surely he didn't think he could subdue a werewolf on his own. Well, he already had, because he already had him in chains. Although what would happen when he turned into a werewolf, God knows. And I know he went a bit mad with rage. Yes. But he just refused to listen to everyone in the scene. Talking about how James was so arrogant, he couldn't even fathom being wrong. Pot meets kettle. Yeah, fair point, Dance Thing. I agree with that. Alright. Alright. I'm going to play devil's advocate for here a hot second. I don't think Sirius was trying to murder Snape with his prank. I don't think so either. I don't think that was his actual goal. I just think he didn't care. But okay, let's carry on. They talk about how they would venture out of the shack in the full form werewolf on the regular. Not smart, not safe. Dumb teenage boy behavior. So maybe Sirius was genuinely just trying to scare Snape. Go with me on this. He grew up in House of Black. I think it's a wrestling group, isn't it? Not a nice play. Not nice people. Maybe his idea of a prank always includes some form of danger because of the cruelty he saw in his home on a regular basis. So to him, he genuinely didn't think Snape would get hurt, which he didn't. But it also may have occurred to him that what he was doing was not okay. Dodges pitchforks. No, I think you're alright. Dance. The thing is, he didn't care if it went wrong. Or maybe, at least as an adult, he didn't care if it went wrong. Because he does say, when he's an adult, that it wouldn't have mattered. What do you think, Veggie? Always happy to hear your thoughts. And sorry this got so long. No, it's okay, Dance. I appreciate the comment. That is a very interesting take on the Sirius Black situation. I'm looking forward to hearing more about his family. I really am. But Sirius feels like a very different person to me than he did before checking out these chapters, and so I think I have a lot to learn. Especially for the people who say that they love Sirius, but this is the moment that they don't like with him. I'm intrigued. I'm absolutely intrigued to hear more. Thank you so much, Dancing. Always appreciated. Liz, these are probably my favourite chapters, especially with Lupin explaining everything to them. I was 9 when I first read this book, and I think I remember everything clicked in my head at this point. And you're the first person I've subscribed to on Patreon, and now I'm working, now that I'm working again. Liz, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I hope the job's going well. Also, it annoys me a little that the movie doesn't make any time for a few minutes of screen time to explain the Marauders, and they didn't specifically say in the film that Harry's dad turned into a stag. I had no idea, Liz. It's just mentioned later on, or gazed over. As we know, that's the reason Harry's Patronus is a stag. Yeah, I had no idea going on. And maybe it is mentioned later on, but I just did not pick up on that at all. I feel like the movie makers also didn't want... They wanted our good guys to be good and our bad guys to be bad. So they didn't want to give any reason to not like Sirius after the reveal that he was a good man. Because we just have found out that he's on our side, but he's also someone who's done bad things in the past, which is an interesting decision making in the book. So in the movie, they just wanted, okay, no, he's a good guy now. But let's not even mention anything about the bad side of things, because we don't want to water what we want to get over in such a short amount of time. Because movies have to be short, guys. They really do. Liz, great comment. Thank you so much for backing the Patreon. It's greatly appreciated, and I do hope the job is going well. Sam I am. Hi Veggie, missed out the previous book club, but so happy to be joining back in with these amazing information-filled and action-packed chapters. Oh, absolutely. This is the right time to get your comments in. It really is, guys. We're over 4 hours, by the way, guys. I did just check, and so I don't think it'll be over 5, but it's another chunky one. Considering they're short chapters as well, it was always going to happen. First things first, I don't hate any Harry Potter character, well, except Voldemort, Umbridge, Vernon, Petunia, and Pettigrew. Very interesting lack of Dudley. And I appreciate that as well. I felt bloody terrible for Dudley when Vernon hit him in the first book, guys. Really did. Anyway, that's not your point. But I certainly don't hate Snape or Sirius. They're both complex and flawed characters. They were both portrayed by incredible actors, yeah. And I can definitely understand why both characters have such passionate fans. I'm looking forward to hearing more about Sirius. I really am. And I like him, but this chapter makes me really... The way he's talking about Snape before Snape's even there. Yeah. For me, when it comes to the great Snape and Marauders debate, multiple things can be true at once. Level head with Sam I am. The Marauders were bullies to Snape at Hogwarts. Sirius's prank was cruel and dangerous, but ultimately James, Sirius, and Lupin grew up and proved themselves to be good people. I will pause you on that because Sirius did say that he still doesn't think it would have mattered if Snape had died, but this is Sirius just out of Azkaban, probably not feeling too good, and it is hell bent on getting revenge, and so judging anyone in this scene is so unfair. I should have said that at the start. It's such a pressure everyone for everyone. Not perfect and not always right, but good people. Snape always Snape was a victim and didn't deserve to be bullied, but he has no business being a professor and uses his position to bully students, which is not okay regardless of what he went through. I agree, Sam. You can't put it all down to his emotions and everything when it comes to being a teacher. I completely agree. Despite his flaws, which is not okay regardless of event, but despite his flaws, when it comes down to it, Snape is a good person too, in my opinion. Oh, I completely agree as well. Maybe his motivation for turning over to the good side was selfish, but he still risked his life for Harry's safety. It's not... I don't think it's... I see what you mean, Sam. I wouldn't call it selfish, but I you know what, I do see what you mean. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on these chapters. They've been blooming wonderful, Sam. Great comment. I appreciate that. And your level-headedness about the fact that there is no right and wrong here is so important to remember. It really is, guys. Thank you so much. That was excellent, Sam. Said, hi, Veggie. I've just remembered I've got a message that someone sent me for this as well, guys. So I'll get to that at the end. So once I've done the ones which are in the blog, I'll go over to one which was sent to me via a message. If you want to send me, if you want to be a part of these videos, guys, but you don't want to have the option of people replying to you and everything like that, you can direct message me on Patreon as well, as long as you start the comment with the word book club. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that soon. Said, hi Veggie, we've already established and agreed that Snape and Sirius are flawed and complex characters by now. I do believe one thing though. Snape has always protected Harry, as we know from the Philosopher's Stone and the movies. He really thought Sirius was out to kill him. Sorry, to kill Harry. And not only did he make a promise to Dumbledore to protect him, but he also believes that Sirius gave up the Potters to Voldemort. Exactly. Yeah, it's true. It's very difficult, guys, to read through this scene and remember everyone else's standpoint, because everyone sees this scene from a different standpoint. Sirius is probably annoyed that everyone doesn't realise what the truth is, you know, considering what he's had to go through. Even if he did, in fact, know Peter was passing information to Voldemort, he must have believed, like everyone else, that their secret keeper was Sirius. Oh, Snape, yeah, okay, sure. Even Dumbledore believed that. No one knew about the change of the secret keepers, so Snape believes that Sirius actually betrayed James and his family, which results in Lily's death. Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier on, about if Snape would have known. I do think it is very likely that Snape wouldn't have known. I don't know though, guys. Your thoughts on that will be greatly appreciated in the comments. More of a reason to hate one of the school bullies. He wanted revenge and he was really out to get it. He was determined, wasn't he, Said? Great comment, Said. Thank you so much for making it. Katie. My voice went very high then. Katie. I was 8 or 9 the first time I read this book, and although I was able to understand it enough to pass an AR test, I feel like I'm noticing new things reading it as an adult, and one of them being how immature Sirius is. Katie, this is so good, because the thing is the scene is kids watching adults scribble, and so I can completely understand how you'd pick up so much more reading it at a later age. 8 or 9. My goodness. I mean, my English was my reading. Sorry, becomes dyslexic. I couldn't imagine reading a book this length when I was 8 or 9. But yeah, I bet it's such an interesting thing to revisit it. I bet it is. He's in his 30s. Sorry, he's in his 30s, and while I know he's been in a horrible prison for 12 years. He was an adult before going there, and he still convinced that what he did to Snape was okay. It's true. It's as if he didn't even think about how it would have affected Lupin if James hadn't intervened. Yeah, and himself. Sirius would have definitely been kicked out. Surely, I cannot believe that Dumbledore would do his nice guy act when another student had led to another student's death. Lupin referred to it as a prank. Also seems to downplay the seriousness of the situation. I know, absolutely. And Harry referring to it as a joke. Oh, let's not get back into that. So I spent too much time having to go at Hermione for it. Katie, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your comments. Maria. When I was rereading these chapters, I kept thinking to myself, Veggie is going to love this. They're answering all the questions. Oh, absolutely. I've read this book so many times, but I was struck by a couple of things this time. First, I was surprised by how willing Snape was to hand Lupin over to the Dementors as well as Sirius. Absolutely agree with you there, Maria. He even mentioned the Dementors' kiss. That might be him being cute, though. That might be his, you know, smart aleck line. His quips. Maybe. Or maybe he's being serious. Maybe he's being serious. Shut up. Right. I know he does like Lupin. I know he doesn't like Lupin, but suggesting Lupin should have his soul sucked out is very extreme, even for Snape. I'm not sure he actually would have done it in the end, but it's very cruel to suggest. Yeah, and my issue with it, Maria, is the lack of due process. Because if Lupin is in on it, you have to remember, if Lupin was in on helping Sirius out, which Snape does think, that means if Snape didn't know about Pettigrew, which is all these layers of if and, you know, all these if, what's, and buts and everything. Okay, let's go through it again. If Snape 100 believes that Lupin is helping Sirius out and believes that Sirius was the one who led to Lily's death, Snape would want justice. If he wanted revenge, he could have Avada. I'm sure I'm saying wrong still. I shouldn't say that we were holding this. Jeez, that could have been dangerous. Someone going, Avada. That'd be amazing. But is it revenge? I guess it is revenge to hand him over to the Dementors. In the movie, he like says, I'd imagine it's a horrific sight, but somehow I'll force myself to watch it. So he is absolutely having his James Bond quips at this point. But the right thing to do would be to hand them over to the authorities. Snape would then be seen as a hero. What would have actually happened was that Peter Pettigrew would have been caught because of Snape. Yeah. Yeah, that was a bad decision by Snape. I don't think anyone can justify that. The fact that he's saying that he can bring the Dementors over and get rid of Sirius and maybe even Lupin as well. I was also really struck by Sirius's description of living in Azkaban. It made me emotional, especially when he talked about how his innocence was not a happy thought, so they couldn't take it away from him. That is a cool line. That is awesome. The fact that, and he basically lived on that. He basically survived on that bad memory. Yeah. Much like, you know, you're going to suffer, but you're going to be happy for it with Harry and his memory of his parents. I also love how Hermione calls Sirius Mr. Black. Mr. Black. Why is that only just dawned on me? It's great. Mr. Black. Anyone know what I'm talking about when I say that? Someone must do. Okay. Here it is, guys. If you got to this far in the video, say Mr. Black in the comments. But some of you must know what I'm referring to when I go, Mr. Black. Yeah, I think some of you will. Why has that never dawned on me before? I have no idea. Thank you so much for your comment. That was, oh my goodness, I'm all over the place. Oh my goodness, yeah, but thank you very much for your comment, Maria. That was excellent. Last 7 comments, guys. Let's get it done. Simon, hello. I was just not much to say on these chapters that won't have already been said. We said already, so we'll be brief. Oh, that's all right. Much appreciated either way. Hello. I was just... Interesting line. The reason for Hermione's reaction, crying and hysterics at the Boggart were more to do with self-inflicted nervous breakdown she was about to have as much as anything else. That's fair. So you will at least understand the Marauders fully now. Oh, absolutely. Well, more anyway. It's not being in the film is like a Star Wars without no, I'm your father. And you know what? You said it correctly as well, Sarah? Simon, I apologise. Yeah, a lot of people quote that line incorrectly. It's like beam me up Scotty, you know? As for Brian Blessed, oh, this is going on the last video. As for Brian Blessed, not long to wait for a goodish cast choice in the 3 chapters. In 3 chapters' time. Right now, back to saving Hyrule again for me. Oh, I hope you're enjoying it, Simon. You know what, Simon? The first Zelda game I ever played was, like, I think, say, 3 years ago. And it was, Link's Awakening, the Switch version. And I bloomin' loved it. I thought it was great. I then did get the one which you're talking about, which I presume you're talking about the new one. I have Breath of the Wild. There we go, which is the prequel to one which you're talking about, I imagine. And I thoroughly enjoyed it as well. Honestly, I think I actually preferred Link's Awakening, but Breath of the Wild was great though. We played through it on the channel. It took me a long time. But yeah, great game, very good game. And I'd like to do a new one, but I barely touched Hogwarts Legacy, you know. Need to get back to that, we really do. Simon, great comment. I hope you're enjoying your Hyrule adventure. Greatly appreciated. I'm sorry for calling you Sarah just now. I don't know where that came from. It's getting to the point now where I'm getting quite tired. I think that's probably it. Harry Potter head. Hope you're doing well, Veggie. This book really shows Snape's selfish and sadistic side that was toned down a lot in the movies, which is something which, going into the books, I was told to make sure that I do forget about the movie version. He enjoys abusing his position of power to torment students to the point of becoming their greatest fear. In the Shrieking Shack, he doesn't care about the truth as long as he gets revenge. He's listening to Lupin's story whilst under the invisibility cloak, but interrupts it and doesn't let them explain further. I guess the thing is, if you think that what Snape believes is the situation is 100% true, he doesn't want the distraction of Hermione talking or anything like that, you know. It's, yeah, no, he is out for revenge as well, because vengeance is sweet, as he says. He talks to Lupin is a creature, even though he knows that the potion is making him harmless. Yeah, he does. He's talking very... Not even condescending is not the right term. Insultingly to Lupin. Sirius offers to come quietly, but if they bring the bat, but Snape would rather have both Sirius and Lupin suffer a fate worse than death than hear the truth that could possibly deny his revenge. Yeah, I feel like that's hard to argue against Harry. Harry. I'm sorry. It's hard to say that isn't true. That is a summarization of what happened. If Snape would say, "Okay, fine, we'll take you to that," and then they'll take you off to Azkaban, sure. But he didn't want that, though. I try to see the good in everyone, guys. I really, honestly do. But that was not a good decision by Snape. As it wouldn't have been a good decision for Sirius and Lupin to kill Pettigrew. In my opinion. He then has the audacity to say that he saved the trio's necks. He does say that, even though they are armed, while Sirius and Lupin are unarmed and haven't tried to hurt him. That's fair, but maybe he thinks that Sirius has a trick up his sleeve or a wand up his sleeve. Yeah. Maybe he doesn't know that the students are wanded up. No, they wouldn't have put their wands away. Great point, Harry. Great, appreciate. Caddick. Ha, Veggie. Normally rereading these books while knowing what some actions I'm currently reading about mean to future plots, I don't have a problem distancing them from the enjoyment of the story as it is. Oh, brilliant. That sounds great. These chapters, though, are one of the exceptions to this for me. It fills me with anxiety even every time I read about the details, knowing where they lead and what could be if any of these things happen differently. This isn't covering chapters that I don't think you would do that, Caddick. So, if only Lupin hadn't forgotten to take the potion that day. It wasn't that he'd forgotten, it's because Snape was taking it to him, right? Why was Snape in Lupin's office if he wasn't taking it to him? So if he already had the potion, Snape was going to just see how. But yeah, absolutely. If Lupin had taken the map with him. If only Harry hadn't left the cloak laying around. If only Lupin hadn't left the map in his office. You see, you got there before me. If only Snape, even in his anger, still brought the Wolfbane potion with him as he pursued Lupin. Yeah, so true. If only Snape listened to the whole conversation before making his entry. Yeah, he absolutely could have done that. If only anyone in the room at any moment stopped realized what he meant with Snape when Snape mentioned that Lupin had forgotten to take his potion, and it was a full moon. Yeah, it's true. That line is kind of glossed over. Even Sirius doesn't even realize that Snape is working at Hogwarts, even at that point. I'm sure there are more critical details there. Everything might have worked out well, but we probably wouldn't have had any of the following books. Exactly. Yep, very true. Anyway, question for you, Veggie. If everything did go well that night, Pettigrew got arrested and Sirius's name got cleared, do you think Dumbledore would have agreed to Harry living with Sirius instead of the Dursleys? Given Dumbledore had reasons for placing Harry there in the first place rather than... I'm worried that this might have something which I shouldn't read in it. Rather than with any other wizard family, let's say from the Order. Or do you think Sirius would override him as Harry's godfather, even if Dumbledore had a different opinion? Okay, you're fine. I'm sorry, Caddick. I thought that may have covered something that I didn't know. Well, I don't know the reason why he's with the Dursleys. So I can't really comment, but I would hope that Dumbledore that Sirius would override it. No, he would. I think he would. I think he would. And, you know, they're not going to not accept Harry back just because he's changed home. I don't think, can I? Great comment, Katik. Always appreciated from me. Noise S? I'm so sorry. I'm terrible at pronouncing names. I apologise. I think the whole of this 2 chapters can win the most important and interesting part of that they removed from the movies thus far. I think you're absolutely right. In fact, we do that at the end of each book. We say which part would you want it in. I think this is going to win it, to be honest. We will do the poll, though. When you think about the context the movie gives you compared to the book, you realise how little information explained they give you in the movie about basically everything that happens in the climax. Oh, absolutely. I like I said, I tweeted out immediately saying I can't believe this wasn't in the movie. I get why they did it, but for me, it removed another one of the main reasons I like the book so much, making the movies kind of meaningless for me. That's a shame. That's a shame. And last thing, I know a lot of people already told you, but giving criticism to someone doesn't mean you hate them. I really like the books, but I can still acknowledge that they have a lot of problems. So you don't have to say it's not a criticism to the movie or the book. I do that a lot, don't I? Criticism is fine, and it's really interesting to hear. You know, I really appreciate that. I'm so sorry about probably saying your name wrong, but I really appreciate that, because I do say that a lot, don't I? I really worry about giving the wrong impression. I really do. You know, it probably is something to do. I don't know how long you've been following, but I was diagnosed as autistic a couple of years ago, and I do second guess myself a lot, thinking, "Oh, hang on, am I coming across in a way which I don't want to actually be coming across?" You know, a lot. So it is something that worries me. But you're right, criticism is not necessarily a bad thing, and so I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your comment. That was very kind of you. Let's see how many more we got. So we've got 1, 2, 3. 3 more. We need that. Okay. Let's get them completed. I didn't skip one, did I? I did not. If I did, I apologise, but I don't think I have. Oh no, and then we got the one in the messages as well, which I will cover. Francis, sorry. So while most comments are discussing something else, can we give 3 cheers to Ron and Hermione for being very good friends? It was chapter 17 and the relevant scene in the movie that made me realise Ron would never get a fair shake of the movies. In the movies, oh yeah. What I had forgotten was Hermione also got a couple of Lupin's lines too, not just Ron. Oh, that's interesting. Frankly, I think Hermione is braver in the book because she stands up to Harry even though she is absolutely terrified. Absolutely true. It's harder to do brave things when you are scared. Francis, that is such a good point. That is such a well put point. That really is. That's so true. Bravery is when you don't want to do something but do. Wow. I love it. And you're right. Yeah, Ron did miss out on this. And the fact that Hermione took Lupin lines, that's very interesting. Wow. Great point. Francis, really appreciate that. Great, very well put. Q. These chapters are some of my favourites in the series. I'm a sucker for lore dumps and character depth development. Well, these are definitely the chapters for you then. We've talked extensively about Ron, but James Potter also gets done dirty in the movies, and especially by omitting this whole explanation. He was a great and loyal friend, and with the way Sirius and Remus talk about him, everything he did for Remus at Hogwarts, the way Hagrid and Dumbledore and McGonagall talk about him, well, that's very true. It's easy to doubt Harry's current viewpoint. His dad is a hero. He's a role model, a great source of pride for him. We know from later movies and with more detail in the later books that James was not as perfect as Harry imagined him now, but he's a big part of Harry's self-image that at this point in his journey, whatever one feels about James is a character might end up being. Yeah, this is fascinating, Q. And this is the thing. You know, we heard about the whole thing about James saving Sirius's life. I think that's mentioned in the movies, right? And I think I always assumed it was connected to the bit where he's humiliating him in the flashback in the later movie. So it's brilliant to hear so much about James here, and even no, there's no negative side of what James did in this part, not at all. No, not at all. Yeah. And poor Remus. So many hardships and tragedies to talk about in his life, but I'm just going to point out the one. Imagine your greatest fear being an inevitable monthly reality. Oh, absolutely. I'm sure something along those lines is the case for a lot of people in the world, like chronic illnesses and such, but putting it into words really hits home, and into a boggart as well. No, absolutely, the fact that it is a fear that you can't hide from. It's just going to happen. It's pretty brutal. Unless he is on a plane that's always in daytime. Maybe. I'm not sure if that's how it works. I feel like I had more to say, but I can't remember, so I'll leave it relatively short. Thanks for the videos, Veggie. Thank you so much, Q. Great comment. Greatly appreciated. Very well put. Yeah. It really... The whole stuff with James here. I was going to say that we hear some bad things about him at this point rather than later on, but no, we really haven't heard anything bad about him at this point. Apart from he's a show-off. That's, yeah, from Snape, obviously. And Chorafini? Or Lul? Is it Luz? I'm pretty sure... okay, I feel like I've said your second name wrong, but here we go. You were spot on with the pronunciation of my username, but you can use Luz, is it? My real name, if it's easier. Chorifina, Finny is a nickname. Okay, well, I feel like I've said your real name incorrectly, so I apologise if I did that, but either way. So about the prank, that was terrible. I'm a big fan of Snape as a person... I'm not a big fan of Snape as a person, but that's clearly not okay. Oh, absolutely. It's hard to believe that Sirius wanted him to literally die. Which may have been what he wanted. I'm not sure. But how that clears... I'm sorry. But that's clearly not okay. It's hard to believe that Sirius wanted him to literally die, but how would Snape escape? I'm sorry. I worded that badly. Saying that it was irresponsible is a big understatement, absolutely. I have just saved your neck. You should have thanked me on bended knee. You would have been well served if it killed you. You'd have died like your father too arrogant to believe you might be mistaken in black. Yes, this is what Snape said. I definitely did not remember Snape saying that. It is a brutal line, isn't it? And in Snape's line, it makes complete sense. That's the important part, though, guys. It is important to think that Snape truly does believe this. I think. On another note, I'm really interested in your opinion on James saving Snape. Snape said that James only did it to save himself, but I personally think that he just thought that it was too much. I could be wrong. I wouldn't call this opinion biased for James, because the only one that I really like in the Marauders is Lupin. I find the others interesting, but not my favourite. So that's very interesting in itself. No, I feel like Snape is definitely telling himself that James only did it to save himself and his friends from getting expelled. At the end of the day, guys, James is a human being, and I think that most bullies, upon seeing that someone might be about to die, would actually help them. I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think that's biased, James. I think that's probably what the consensus of people believe. But I need to learn more about James, though, guys. I'm still a noob. There's Buffy's eyes. It has absolutely nothing to do with these chapters, but I was rewatching your Philosopher's Stone movie reaction, and nearly 33 minutes on YouTube video, Harry gets the Nimbus 2000, which he was the best broom in the series at this point, and your reaction was super happy and even said winning already. How things have changed. Sorry. Oh, I see what you've done there, Charafini. Yes, absolutely. No, I promise to calm down with that sort of stuff in the future, because I feel like I went way overboard in two of these videos. So I'm hoping that everyone's still watching after those get put on YouTube. I'm sure they will. Sorry to get off track, but it was so funny I couldn't stop myself from mentioning it here. Keep up the good work. It really is nice having a reason to reread these books after almost 10 years. Charafini Luz, I worry that I'm saying your real name incorrectly. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. And yours is the last comment, but I do have one over in the messages which I'm going to cover right now. So yes, I'll do that right now. Okay, so this is one from Ambercher, who is a direct message me for reasons I can't show it displayed on screen, but I will read it out instead. So, book club chapter 18 to 9. Like I say, guys, if you do message me your book club thoughts, you have to start the message with book club, because then I know in my DMs which ones I need to save until later. So, hey Veggie, before reading my comment, I just want to make sure that this. Oh, hang on, is this the part which I'm meant to be reading? Make sure it's loud. Last review, you asked us why we think Muggles shouldn't be Muggle student teachers. Muggle studies teachers. Since this isn't about the chapters that you're discussing, please feel free to not include this in the video. I just found the question intriguing and thought that I would share my opinion with you. I would normally publicly post my comment, but since I wasn't sure it was allowed to bring up a chapter. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I think it's important for us to know that Muggle studies curriculum and what Muggle studies curriculum entails, because if a professor has to say compare our government to theirs, or how our daily lives differ from theirs, it would be impossible for a teacher to have a good understanding of both Muggle wizarding worlds. This is very interesting, Amateur. You know what you just reminded me of? There is one hilarious bit in Crimes of Grindelwald where Newt asks Jacob to get some tweezers out of his bag, and Newt and Tina go on to try and explain what tweezers are to Jacob, as if Jacob wouldn't know, Jacob being a Muggle. So that is a very good point right there. And Jacob's like, I know what tweezers are. It's amazing. I love those guys. I love the main four and Fantastic Beasts guys. I think they're blooming lovely characters. Which eliminates most Muggles from being able to do it, because of their lack of knowledge of the wizarding world. If not all. After all, it's far easier for wizards to study Muggles than vice versa, because of the wizard's secrecy. If a student shares their books and notes with a parent, they could learn, but they wouldn't be able to learn enough to become a professor, considering they're limited to what their kid has learned that year. Pardon me. I would also just quickly interject the fact that Arthur thinks he knows more about Muggles than he actually does. Well, kind of, doesn't he? I feel like he does. Although there was a part in the book book 2 where Hermione's parents were in Diagon Alley exchanging money, Muggle money for wizard money. I suppose that if a parent was dedicated enough, they could take advantage of their one Diagon Alley trip a year to buy books and study them. Even if that was the case, I would be worried for any Muggle that has to study Hogwarts for a long period of time. Do Muggles only get one chance to go to Hogsmeade a year? Not Hogsmeade, sorry, to Diagon Alley a year? Is that... that's very interesting. That's very interesting. I'd like to know where that's from. I keep on interrupting the comment. I'm sorry. That place is dangerous, Hogwarts. And that without mentioning Peeves, all I can think about is that scene in Fantastic Beasts where Jacob is questioning why he needs a helmet and body armor. Your skull is susceptible to breakage under immense stress. Us Muggles are squishy. Exactly how I word it in the next movie. I actually say that Jacob is squishy. Is a squishy, I should say, not squishy. Okay, guys. That was a lot of fun. I love doing the book club. Seriously, it's a real treat to me. I am so sorry about misunderstanding what the prank actually was. I am actually going to put a message at the start of this video saying that I do get something wrong. And also, I apologise towards Hermione, but at least I noticed soon enough, and at least it was funny. So that's that. I'm going to go now, guys. What great fun this is. I think we're under 5 hours, but we're probably not far off it. But either way, love every single one of you. Hope to see you next time in the book club. Like I say, guys, Patreon if you want to be a part of it. But if you can't afford it, guys, if you leave a comment on YouTube, I will still have read it. So please subscribe, all of your stuff. I'm VeggieGamer, and I'll see you next time.